პირველ რიგში გთხოვთ რომ რეგისტრაცია გავიაროთ ყველამ. ხელმარჯვნივ არის სპეციალური ადგილი გამოყოფილი, სადაც რეგისტრაცია უნდა გავიაროთ, რაც არის აუცილებელი. სანამ დავიწყებთ ღონისძიებას. ღონისძიებას ძალიან მალე დავიწყებთ.
Nero doesn't have other Telavi consultation.
Nero happy to be there.
მოგესალმებით ყველას. ძალიან მიხარია რომ ვართ თელავში ამ ძალიან მნიშვნელოვან შეხვედრაზე. იმედი მაქვს რომ გაცილებით უფრო ნათელი
I'm happy to see you all in Telavi. I hope that our goals will become clearer and we will be talking about the topic which might be the most important for every citizen, for any citizen. The issue number one that we should be interested in and that we should be actively engaged in. It's the second meeting in the series of Stockholm plus 50 forum. The consultancy meetings, the first was held in Tbilisi. Today we are being hosted by Telavi, and we would like in the course of today, according to our agenda that we've developed beforehand, to discuss about environment, ecosystem related issues, our engagement for improvement of ecosystems, and we've been gathered here to talk about these important issues. Of course, we will be developing recommendations in relation to what I've been discussing right now, and all of this will be presented in the beginning of June in the World Forum of Stockholm plus 50 to be held in Sweden. I would like to warn you beforehand that it's happening not only locally but online as well. You can use the Zoom link for this meeting. You click twice and use it to ask questions or maybe provide us with your feedback, with your recommendations. And by the end of the project, by the end of the day, we will have a chance to discuss these questions, to answer maybe some of them and to take them into consideration. But now let me pass the floor to Nino Tsakadze, the head of the UN environmental direction of the project. Thank you very much to Ms. Nino. Let me welcome all of you. Thank you very much for coming here. Also, I would like to welcome people who joined us online. I do hope that today's meeting will be quite interesting, as interesting as the previous one that we've had last week in Tbilisi, or even more interesting. A couple of words about the background, some historical overview as to why it is important for Georgia to be part of this conference and so-called ongoing national consultancies. Why as wide as possible. We are trying to make them as broad as possible to invite every concerned party. We are talking not only governmental institutions, but also non-governmental sector, civic sector, private sector, educational sector, and so on and so forth. Or groups of activists or women groups, groups of youth, of young people. So we are trying to make it as large scale as possible. And why do we want to do it? Because we need opinion of everybody, every stakeholder. We want everybody to be engaged in discussing this, what kind of earth do we want in future? How do we make our planet healthier? Finally, for the well-being of human race, how can we use natural resources in a more sustainable way, the ones gifted by nature to us, and also try to look at it through the prism of assessing it as a uniform ecosystem. Because people are also part of the ecosystem, and that's why we need this uniform and unified view. As for the conference itself, in June this year, hosted by Swedish government, the conference of Stockholm plus 50 will be held, and the main slogan, main motto would be the healthy planet for everybody. Why it is being held? Because we are celebrating 50th anniversary of the first international conference held in 1972 that was carried by initiative of Swedish government as well, where for the first time in history, the protection of environment was mentioned. Never before such a term was ever used on any level, and it was met with some kind of opposition, even quite a strong one, unless the UN decided that such a conference were to be held in June 1972. There were different blocs. For instance, Soviet Union was supporting this initiative, while several developed Nordic countries were against this idea, explaining it by the need to concentrate on such issues that will be hindering our economic development because they were dependent on natural resources. When I was reading through recordings, I was even smiling, it seemed like nothing changed in the course of 50 years. Because on one hand, we do need economic development, but on another hand, we need to do it in such a way as to inflict as small harm and as small pollution through it as possible. Because all in all, we want to live in unity with nature. So this way or that, this first conference was organized in 1972, preceded by many maybe catastrophic events in Europe, in United States, or elsewhere. For instance, in Japan, there was intoxication with mercury, known as Minamoto disease, through toxic remains that were discharged into the sea. And there were many other cases of the same ilk, so it was becoming more and more clear that something is to be changed, that some framework should be imposed. Cutting things short, this conference served as a foundation for many international instruments, many covenants and conventions. For instance, Rio Convention on climate change, biodiversity, the desertification, and so on and so forth, and many things more. So environment protection topic was gaining in priority, becoming mainstream topic, becoming part of the sustainable development agenda. For instance, we all know that we've got 17 sustainable development goals, and at least 4 or 5 are directly related to environment, including climate and climate change and biodiversity preservation and so on and so forth. So our wish now would be, again, with support and with the Swedish government, and by the way, Kenyan government has joined as a co-host of the conference, to sum up the history of this last 50 years. Where do we stand now, and where do we go from here? So different countries will be sharing their recommendations, their opinion as to how do they see the future development and cooperation in relation to environment and natural environment. And another thing that I wanted to add is that I'm very happy to see Georgia joining the list of those 58 countries where we do have a chance to organize the broad-scaled consultancy meetings. It's very important because many other countries cannot afford it. Maybe their delegation would participate in the conference, making a speech there even, but it will be just a governmental delegation and nothing more. While we are very happy to see that we can receive feedback from almost everybody, and our government and appropriate governmental institutions are quite open and in this regards, they are ready to organize these consultancies and receive the feedback from almost every stakeholder imaginable. We will be analyzing, as as Nino said, once by the end of May, these consultancies are all done and done with. The Georgian report will be prepared, and we will have enough background information to properly prepare this report to make our voice, our country's voice heard on the conference, and maybe our recommendations will find their way into the final text of the international convention that should become the product of this conference in June. it seems like it's a good time now for me to stop and give the floor to our panelists. First, we need Hatuna Zaldastanishvili, the officer on development and cooperation from Swedish Embassy. Miss Zaldastanishvili is online. Hatuna, hello. You've got the chance to welcome the participants of our meeting today. Thank you very much. Let me welcome you on behalf of Swedish Embassy in Georgia. I'm the head of environmental protection programs in Georgia, and I'm really happy since I do have this chance to welcome you today, to greet you today, and maybe share with you in a couple of words our position. It seems to me like it's very important one. It's been very well defined by Nino before me. Let me repeat it once again. It's a healthy planet for everybody's well-being. This is our responsibility, women, the countries, and it's at the same time our opportunity. And I'm still talking about the countries. Georgia does have an opportunity today through this national consultancy meetings to cover almost every stakeholder, every concerned party, especially the younger generation, to discuss as to what would be the new concept, what would be the new foundation for making our planet healthier. The view of the Stockholm plus 50 is to use this opportunity for every country in order to indeed quicken up the pace of shifting to new modes of economy, to rely on natural extractable resources less and to use them in a more sustainable way. I would like to stress this participation of youth now because it's so important. We need to organize such structures that will ensure indeed engagement of youth, and will make their voice heard and also would ensure their employment. Therefore, I believe that the national consultancy rounds and meetings will help you to guide yourselves with the principles of 5 R's. So let me elaborate on what these 5 R's are about. It's 5 R's in English, of course. There will be different letters in Georgian. But this is a new concept of the future. What kind of attitude would we have in relation to the environment? It's a sustainable of regeneration of the social sustainability, environmental sustainability, the green restoration, post-pandemic restoration with diverse participation, use of resources and development of resources, better balancing for more equality in order to overcome poverty, to redistribute wealth equally among the countries. And of course, it's a renewed multilateralism within the scope of Stockholm plus 50 and outside the scope of this conference. So let me wish you success. Let me express my optimism that the conference will be interesting and full of discussions, and I'm looking forward into the bright future. So let us make the break now. At the same time, using this break time to invite the panelists. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for taking part. Panelists, I believe that we need to ask Mr. Gahar Sukitashvili to come to the floor. Gahar, thank you very much. Especially those people who are actively engaged, involved in this process. Let me remind you that Stockholm, we are attending Stockholm plus 50 meetings. It's the first panel of the second meeting in Telavi. Let me introduce to you the speakers, Ms. Magda Davitashvili, Telavi State University, Carlo Abedulashvili, Ministry of Environment and Agriculture, Nino Bogokhia, my apologies. Representative of the youth of Georgia, it's evident, Mr. Kaha Sukitashvili, Sustainable Development for Regions, and the last lady whose name I missed, representing the local municipality. There will be many questions in order for the consultancy to indeed discuss those issues that will find their way into the final report to be presented at a very large-scale forum in the beginning of June in Stockholm. Therefore, I would like to ask you to be as active as possible. Whoever will have a question, we will provide you with a mic, and please introduce yourselves because we are recording today's meeting. And this fact will enable us to keep in touch with you in case we've got any questions later on. So let me remind you that we are also working online. You can we can collect questions online. You can use the Zoom link for that, and there will be a chance to use the chat or the question section for that. Or if not a question, then maybe provide us with your opinion, any kind of feedback, especially if there will be people from Kakheti, it will be more interesting because the more information we collect from the regions, the better will be the picture. If you've got any technical problem, address the administrator directly in Zoom, and administrator will help you by all means. And the first question, of course, I would like to address to Carlos, sorry, and then I will move on to Kaha. As Nina already said in her introductory remarks, it's already an issue when harmonic development and at the same time care for environment is one of the main tasks of the human race. But at the same time, we are facing the dilemma of not compromising the economic development. So how do we join these two together? Let me welcome all of you. First of all, I would like to welcome and greet the audience, Telavi, and also people who are attending our meeting online, and my teachers that I see in the room. And I'm happy to be in Telavi in my capacity and on behalf of the Ministry of Environment and Agriculture. It's a very important question. Since 50 years ago, when the first Stockholm conference took place, the world, and it has been already mentioned in the course of our today's discussions, the world was facing the challenge of quick economic development, in the course of which the instruments that were they are already developed throughout the world and in Georgia as well, whose aim is to lighten the pressure on the environment. Back then, they were not developed. So 50 years have passed. Apart from pandemics that hit us recently, we've got now the war going on, which had impact on the prices as well. And now European countries and the world in general is facing another challenge. So the challenges of this kind have been very acute for the last 20 years already in Caucasus as well, because of our geopolitical locality. But now it becomes evident in countries farther away. And all of this has its impact on environment protection. Another important topic here is that so-called developed countries, this reasonable attitude in relation to environment has been developing faster since 1970s, and now better standards are being applied. And we've got to thank economic development itself for that. When, for instance, citizens could separate wastes, and or the polluter pays principle that has been in use in Europe for many years, and we are just transferring it into Georgia. And in parallel with that, another instrument started being developed. So what I'm trying to say is that for us, and for developed countries and for developing countries, it's very hard to discuss environment protection. But if we look at the processes going on in the country, we will see that it's directly linked to economic development, meaning that if we care for the environment, that it will develop. Not talking even about future generation. And development should be happening in such a way that was probably also the ideology behind Stockholm in the past. So we should be developing in such a way that we, on one hand, still can develop economically, but protect the environment at the same time, to find certain balance. Do we have any good practice that we can use as an example and just copy and paste it here in order to preserve environment? There are two instruments that I can mention. There are many different good practices. We do have quite a lot of experience to learn from, including the experience of European countries. One thing that I can apply to the case of Tahiti, and at the same time I would like to share with you some news. So there is an instrument, UNESCO instrument of harmonic cohabitation of human and nature. That is usually applied in a region where the agriculture is developed, the agriculture is to be developed in the harmonic cohabitation with the nature, so-called biological reservoirs. We do not have anything of the kind in Georgia, but it was developing in Europe quite actively. And Kakheti will be the first region of Georgia that will be assigned the status. So let me elaborate what does it mean, what the status would mean. There is a number of criteria according to which Ahmeda, Telavi, and other municipalities have been selected in Kakheti since 2015. We've been working on applying to UNESCO on these regions, and we finally filed this application in the beginning of the year, and we've received the confirmation from Ministry of Foreign Affairs that in Kakheti, these new two bioreservoirs will be declared in June. Is a probability of 99%, and they will be good to follow. What kind of goods are we talking about? What kind of use can we find out of it? This is the ideologies that will help us to better manage forestry in Ahmeda and Telavi municipalities, implement climate minding agriculture, and also to create such governing and management instruments. And it's very important that we, the ministry, will be just a supporting power, so to say. From the standpoint of decentralization, it's very important because it will help us to make municipalities stronger, municipalities that will be caring for environment, at the same time enhancing such business activities and initiatives that will be climate oriented, that will be at the same time profitable and will give the local population some sources of income. Climate oriented, for instance, by using endemic varieties of wheat, which will be most suitable and most fitted for the current climate conditions. And we do have the deficit of cereals given the war going on in Ukraine, and it will help us to satisfy the demand for cereals. Or for instance, using less pesticides for varieties of this wheat, because being aboriginal, being endemic varieties, and it is proven scientifically that they do require less pesticides than other varieties might. And also they are quite economically viable, meaning that we will be spending less on fertilizers and at the same time getting more yield, better harvest, and also gaining from the standpoint that these are Georgian varieties. For instance, you know that people are allergic to many different substances, while these varieties will be less allergic to people. So biospheric reservoir will be the umbrella approach that will help development of different sectors of agriculture, like vineyards and vegetable growing and so on and so forth, and will help us to start other initiatives. For instance, honey, beekeeping. In case of Tusheti, we are calling it Free Alazani reservoir. There will be a brand name and specific niche that will provide the visitor coming from any border, seeing that there is a reservoir of this kind in Kakheti, it would be an indicator that they are caring for sustainable development, that they are healthier environment, along with cultural heritage, and making it more attractive for tourism as well. For such tourists that wish to see reasonably planned towns, properly built villages, and at the same time enjoying healthy and pure products. So we should be caring daily that economic activity and diversification should be supported by environmental protection standards, including such industries that might be developed in the region, that their pressure, their impact on the environment would be minimal. And environmental impact assessment document probably is the best known in relation to HPPs, but it can be applied to any other industry, whether it will be gravel extraction or anything else. And for instance, the Emerald network is being developed in order to transfer the principles of association agreement. And there are many sites in Kakheti, for instance, Gombori Reach, where the different economic activities will be subjected to environmental impact assessment. But how will it work from the practical application standpoint and monitoring standpoint as well? Because one thing is to demand the environmental impact assessment document, and another thing is to get it in a competent way, done in a way that will be in line, in compliance with every European standard. You know what? Being sincere, to be honest, regardless of the fact that development of environmental impact assessment instrument is has been going for many years, and population might be acquainted with this from the standpoint of large scale projects. It's quite often subjected to criticism, not only by the wider public, but by the ministry as well. That's why we are constantly working on improvement of this instrument. It's a process of constant learning, especially on the way of our approximation with Europe, where the environment protection standards will become even stricter and more mandatory. For instance, the questionnaire that we are currently filling out in relation to membership and accession to EU is largely related to environment protection as well. Going back to Kakheti, future development won't happen unless we retain certain level of balance between the needs of economic development on one hand and environment protection on another. And it's very important to see people, scientists from Telavi University in the room, that it won't happen without appropriate education, because those standards that we used to know and then we forgot in the Soviet era, for instance, in relation to endemic varieties, whether it will be wheat or any other cultural plant, the farmers are studying, learning it anew. For instance, in Javakheti, we are initiating the project on agricultural biodiversity, that will be announced officially in June. The proposal of this project is for us to learn it anew. And for that, we need better educational institutions, better developed education, because it will help us to do it finally. Because as you rightly mentioned, the Stockholm plus 50, something that is being discussed in Geneva, in Stockholm, it is trying to find the fine line between the economic development and environment protection, and the fine line is laid down through education. So one of our recommendations might be the enhancement of educational system. Yes, thank you very much. It will be one of the most important recordings in our protocols. You mentioned institutions, and let me move on to Kahan now. The ministry, the government, other structures were mentioned. The government that is supposed to be planning to have some clear view. What kind of agencies, what kind of governmental bodies should be engaged in initiation, in implementation, or monitoring? Or, for instance, enhancement of education. What kind of governmental agency should be involved? How different governmental bodies should be getting on board. Hello, everybody. To begin with, Carlo mentioned that I should also do it. The professors of Telavi State University, my former mates, my former, who are now colleagues, and I'm very happy to see them. As for your question, I would lean heavier on self-governance issues rather, because I'm representing the organization taking care of municipal self-governance. And what I believe to be the first task is to increase the role of local authorities in relation to different activities in environment protection. First and foremost, probably in forestry management, because we do have certain historic experience of forestry management, where communal forests, they are no longer retained in the eastern part of Georgia, but we do still have some remnants of this in the western part, in Swaneti, for instance. And if we are talking about legal issues, once we do have this legal structure, the local authorities will be supposed to organize their own structures that will be responsible for implementation or practical application. I'm not talking about forests only, of course. There are different other priorities, for instance, waste management.
Waste management, which is exclusive less waste in. So why the state is not using this? So why can't a state? Why the companies? Why are they not interested? Because this might be profitable business too, right? This process that you've been describing right now, the separation or processing, recycling. So here is one more factor. You know, we've been discussing this during the break together with my friend. The schools, very many schools are collecting actively paper, plastic, but they don't know where to take this paper and plastic. This problem exists, especially in the regions. Because these companies who are collecting, they are businesses, and so therefore, if they arrive to Kakheti, you know, it must be they must be getting benefits from there. So therefore, it's necessary to consolidate the waste somewhere to collect it together, and I think that municipalities can play a very significant role here too. School cannot hire some cannot rent the spaces, and school cannot rent the spaces. I think that somehow this issue should be resolved because yes, maybe I put it roughly, but you know this somehow should be organized. And then the companies, I think they will be interested in coming here when all these wastes will be localized at one place and in amounts which would be interesting for the businesses. And that's the problem. And the second also important issue is that we've been discussing this, education. Education is not a short-term process, we know. We are learning actually minimum half of our lives, and so therefore it requires also changes of the generation. For instance, colleagues will help me, will agree with me, I'm sure. For instance, from the standpoint of the environmental education, situation that we had 20 years ago, 10 years ago, situation today is much better. But that's a better situation is the outcome of our tireless efforts of schools, of NGOs, and of ministry, of everyone, because ministry also has respective structures that is working very well in this direction. So I'm looking at this quite positively, frankly, but I don't expect that it will be soon. It will be, but no, not anytime soon, maybe, but also when the role of the so governments increases in the environmental components and when the governments will create respective structures. And the second is it's important that we not only uh, at the institutional level, but also will start practical implementation of the practical innovative measures in Georgia. So you think that way out exists, and that's decentralization. Yes, that's right, because decentralization will allow municipality to be more free in its activities. So, Ms. Pikri, I want to switch with this question to you. Okay, decentralization, which is very efficient, and we have seen this in the European example. So, for you, would it be much easier for you to manage the processes in case of decentralization, and in general? So how can we find easier way? So welcome everybody, welcome colleagues, welcome our dear audience. I see very dear faces, and I'm really happy that we are having such forum in Telavi. And I was really glad what Carlos said, that we are among the municipalities who uh, who will be probably doing this in Tel Aviv. So as what would ask Mr. Nino, I think that the centralization process uh, so we can see this very clearly. Because we are in the local place, the population elects our team, because they want to delegate some democratically that resolving this. They want to us to resolve these problems that in this specific municipality exist. Uh, so I want to answer now that there are some good coincidences in nature. For instance, we've been speaking about collecting paper, and so I am coming right now from from event, in Telavi, in this center before the theater. There's Palitra L has arrived, one of our main leading publishing houses, and they have very good auction there. So that's not the first year they conducted. So we tried to spread this word as far as possible, but I'm sure that in this action there will be very many representatives of Telavi, including the school children, school students, teachers. They will be collecting paper, and they will be able to select some books and exchange this paper for the books. That's of course just a drop in the sea, drop in the ocean, I say, but however, if we return to the question of decentralization, and you know what, the local self-government, we are having some program budgeting, and when we are planning budget every year, we are having the narrow tasks that we shall implement during the year, and we have broader tasks that, as a rule, are, they are directed towards infrastructure development. Of course, development infrastructure is extremely important for the development of the country. But here, when we've been speaking about practices, I think that in the environment, we can share the experiences of of our neighbors, so to say, when we're speaking about the protection of the cultural heritage, we can learn from them because they are doing it very well in Telavi, and they are protecting. We have a lot of historic monuments in Telavi, and they are rehabilitating or protecting them. And for instance, if the private investor comes first, there is the interests of this monument, and it's anytime this authenticity of the monument should be protected. That's unconditional. So I would, if I were to decide, I would include such things, but for the environment, for the social responsibility in every our project. When no activity will be approved if this environmental responsibility is not included into the project. That's not only about not polluting the environment, that's not only about not polluting the environment with the construction waste, demolition waste, or some greening topics, and this should be included. I now recall one very important project which we are just seeing from here, this Heracles II palace and this fortress. You know that the previous government has started very large rehabilitation, but then process has stopped because government changed, and the new government has conservated this because actually this process was going on with the violation of the interests of this palace and of this monument. And so we have started also then we have restarted this process, and here is the whole complex. It's here also dendrological needs. So this is the museum, palace, garden, first school which is bordering this complex. Here is the huge land areas, which I am sure during King Erekle, the life was going on there, and there were very interesting recommendations, but unfortunately, ultimately, we, for me, as for the percent of Telavi, the situation with the green areas is far not perfect, because yes, the storms that has damaged the trees, of course, we have cut the branches and we have somehow, but one very small example I brought here, but very important for Telavi prestige and for our municipality, because for us it's our face actually. This the palace of King Erekle. Now this is one small example, but if we go in this direction, and if we want to rehabilitate if we include such responsibility in the habilitation. Of course, well, it has been included, but it hasn't been implemented because it was on the recommendation and it hasn't been taken into consideration in the project. So I think that that's what's most important, because if we do not, if the citizens themselves won't feel responsibility, only municipality and only self-government will not be able to do. So yes, in the case of decentralization, you have the possibility to be more flexible, more elastic, because if the local self-government decides that together with your structure, for them it's a priority to protect the nature and all these attached issues, starting from education and finishing with the separation. Of course, this will allow us to be more flexible in our budget, and and in case of relations with the private sector, we will have better grounds for communication with the private sector. Because today, when we are working with the private sector, with representatives of the private businesses, which is their goodwill and their social responsibility, and you cannot oblige them to do anything, unfortunately. But Ms. Magda, I want to switch to you. The challenges, one of the main challenges which we are facing here, any topic that we've been discussing in different programs, TV programs also. So we still, every time we come to the education again, despite the fact that Kaha mentioned that the situation is much better than we had 20, 30 years ago, with regards to the environmental awareness, etc. But we still are facing very huge challenges. And what are these challenges? What would you wish? And how all this should be changed in order to raise the awareness and to make each person understand that that's their responsibility to take care of the environment. Welcome, everybody. Welcome our guests as well as our online participants. I know that we have also online participants. Thank you very much for giving us this time and participating in such an important event. I, as a representative of education, yes, you correctly addressed this question to me. I want to start speaking that with the fact that despite the fact that we have very huge achievements, scientific, technological, but we as human beings, we depend on the environment. We are its indivisible part because we need air, water, shelter, energy, and that's why it is very important that we should be harmoniously coexisting with the nature. And this harmonious coexistence is based upon the environmental education. When the environmental education is at the low level in society, this causes it increases the environmental problems. Education is the basis for everybody. Nelson Mandela was saying that education is the strongest weapon that will help us to transform the world. Yes, and that's true. In order to develop our education system, we shall also pay attention to the sustainable development, and this sustainable development ensures fulfillment of the usage of the current processes so that we do not limit the needs of the future generation. And here I would like to bring also the words of Exupéry, Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, who said that we did not receive this earth from our ancestors. We have taken it away from our offspring. So we shall not be using the earth so that we don't leave anything for our future generations. That's why this education is very important. That's why sustainability, ensuring sustainability, all this sustainable development goals is extremely important. And I want to stress here that yes, before you start speaking about Kakheti in particular, I want to make one small intervention. I don't know who you agree with me or not, but do you think that we are speaking about education, that the business sectors are in any area, you should be teaching some basic environmental issues? Yes, absolutely. Green economy. I will come to this. Yes, this environmental subject shall be included into the university curricula. Yes, because the green economic development, the circular economic development is extremely important because a green economy gives incentive to the business to create green product and to take care of the well-being of people and make them healthy. So that's what we are striving to do under Stockholm Plus 50 in order to make our planet healthier and to ensure well-being. I want to speak about problems of education in Kakheti. I can tell you that Kakheti is quite unique from the environmental standpoint. You will agree, I believe, and we have a lot of issues to study with this regard. Issues like rational use of natural resources. In Kakheti, we have many protected areas, studying them. Kaha mentioned waste management, etc., etc. I will start listing all of them. But you know, in these researches, we professors, even master's degree students or doctor, the PhD students, we can participate, and we have very good relationships with the city government, with the governance, regional government, with the science of academy, etc. But still, we also have some barriers to overcome. In particular, students are yes, the environmental disciplines aren't considered priority, and that's our big pain in heart because there are some state-funded programs, you know, but unfortunately, ecology and geography are not funded, and this reduced a lot the number of students there, and that's a big pain in my heart. Also, it can be one of the recommendations, you know, that it is necessary to. Yes, yes, absolutely, yes. This there should be at least basic the teaching. Yes, when we had 40 and 50 students, now this year we didn't have any student on the ecology, and they were selecting this specialty that is funded by the government. Yes, because they didn't come for 5 years. The students, we didn't have students. Okay, we will give possibility Miss Liana to say. I will finish, but yes, Miss Magda will finish, and then this was one barrier, one hindering factor. The second is that we need to keep up with the modern development, and for this we need to equip our labs with the modern devices, modern equipment, and also we need to ensure funding of the innovative projects. So we still manage doing something. Don't think that we are not studying, that we don't have this. And we have project funded by Rustaveli Fund. We are working very well with Telavi and with schools. And we have been implementing this project of Rustaveli Fund funded project together with the schools. We've been studying the healthy products and we've been trying to develop these skills among children. So you are thinking about this. University and school are working together, and we have submitted this project jointly. So this knowledge and wish exists there. Yes, yes, absolutely. Also, with the cooperation between school and the universities, here we have Ms. Nana Garjikauli. The municipality announced the youth initiative support contest, and in 2020 the project has been submitted, the green chair, which would be charged by solar energy and will serve for everybody in the city. And it was announced the winner, this project, and we now are waiting for its. Yes, I will answer Ms. Magda with the pleasure that this project has won. So we have 14 green chairs actually, or benches, I don't know, in the city today. That's the idea of young people. Thank you them for this idea. So actually we have decided that one chair or bench would not be enough for a city like Telavi, who has very many visitors, young people, this is university city, etc. So we have started installing these chairs in the center, and youth is very well using these chairs or benches. Thank you very much to Ms. Nana and her team for this. Now, as for the donors, so you are working with donors. You're trying to find donors. You should. So I don't know. Or do you think that maybe some organizations should be making then coming to you first? Of course, we are very actively involved in administration of the university. We is providing information to us on any contests, but as you know, there is one fund throughout Georgia. You won't be able to always be winner. And also it's sometimes difficult to find foreign collaborators. And I would wish that the local municipality would help us. Did you ever have any communication with the Ministry of Education? So I want to know how involved government structures are involved in this, or if you are providing this initiative. Yes, the Ministry of Education is supporting us a lot. By the way, they have provided financial assistance for us for the lab equipping, and they are providing further help. Ms. Nunu Mickiewicz, for instance. There is also environmental department with which we are working always and very fruitfully, and we are working also very well with the Ministry of Agriculture and Environment Protection, with the Environmental Education and Information Center. And I want to mention here that it is very important to get involved in such a projects like you might know Misirma is here. So early warning system on the multi-hazard early warning system with the initiative of Swedish government and the UNDP funded. It's being implemented by the Environmental Education and the Information Center. And also here, education is one of the most important components, and we have already created some natural risk avoidance information booklets for the which teach us how to avoid these natural disaster risks, and that's very important that they are made for the preschool children, for the kindergarten children, and that's when we should be starting, because we should be starting it from the families. We should be starting it in the kindergartens. We should be starting it at school, and so etc. etc. So we university should be serving for them, serving the education, environmental education of these people. We are arranging very many environmental events, very many seminars. We are communicating with ethnic clubs and techno clubs of these public schools, and we are providing them information. Ms. Magda, I want to ask you, have you heard the permaculture? Have you heard of permaculture? No, no, I haven't. Okay, Carlo, I will speak about the biosphere reserves, and that's I also would like to give the floor to the questions. So Carlo mentioned this biosphere reserve, and I really want to very proudly say that our university, Carlo will agree, we are very actively involved in this project. It's being implemented by REC Caucasus, Regional Environmental Center for Caucasus, and these 10 students of the university. Anya also was joining us online from Germany, and she taught the students what are the biosphere reserves, and helped them to prepare very good works in English language. They have prepared some posters, and in Babaneuli in summer we have conducted measures for, I mean, events for the nomination of these 3 Alazani biosphere reserves to UNESCO. Yes, however, of course, there still are some challenges remaining, but I still hope that these projects, governments, with support of these NGOs, we can do it all together. Carlo, I want to ask you, so is ministry coordinating in the regions, because so far you do not have decentralization to the full extent, to the full scale. So I just wanted to ask you whether you are coordinating the needs by the regions, and do you see some specific needs for this? I would say that we are coordinating based on our activities. We have contacts with all the municipalities. Of course, there are some more or less municipalities with whom we are working more, with some with less. But I shouldn't be taboo the topic that municipalities need both technical and financial, intellectual capacity building, because otherwise we won't be able to decentralize finally. I think that should be a recommendation for us, for government and for Stockholm, because also should be the message to the Stockholm for the future support. Because municipalities today, they already have very serious commitments under the legislation, and they are facing the challenges, and accordingly, we, for instance, begin with the Green Climate Fund, and government of Germany funded a program. We will start implementing it, and also some municipalities from Kakheti will be participating. And so under this program, we shall be introducing here the sustainable forest management in this region, and we hope that at the local level we will have some stuff, and that's good that Telavi has been added to. We also have some new vocational education school here, which will be teaching some forestry management issues, and it will be free education program. By the way, I want to stress this, and we are cooperating with the Ministry of Education. This is one more example that for this protection of the environment and for creation of the green jobs, for which we have higher demand, we have created these modules. We have created these modules, and we have agreed these modules. So this will be, there will be first Telavi and Mestia will be next year, and I did so. We have already have several municipalities, so that's what we should be aiming at: the strengthening municipalities and getting them as intensively involved in the process as possible. Because our government is not doing this for ourselves. We are not doing it for the ministry, for the government. We are doing it for the local people, for the population, and we shall have municipality locally that will be coordinating this, and who will be actually playing role of mediator between population and the government. And so now I'm speaking about the message we should be providing to Stockholm, and that's based on the sustainable development goals that are equally connected with the poverty and economic development and environment protection. We shall try to create incentives for establishment of such protected areas in which municipalities will be more actively involved. And wherever we have less protection regime, but better flexibility to protect our landscapes and environment there, and involve local communities in management, and they can be managing this according to the plans. These are the first examples that and I will return to ecosystem services, and we will need the post 2020 transform the post 2020 strategies to receive this support. And in Stockholm, also event planned in Stockholm shall discuss these issues of supporting developing countries. And since we are speaking about Georgia and the Kakheti region,
some visual connections between different sub-regions. Is not to image the places in between where certain economic activity is taking place. And in the introduction of this protection regime will help us to solve two issues from the standpoint of regional development, economic development, including tourism, and at the same time environment protection needs. Now let me pass the floor to Ms. Liana, who will have 1 minute if you don't mind. Please provide Ms. Liana with the mic. claim is clear, and then we will get back to our panel speakers again to you, and then yes, she will be provided. National Environmental Agency, Stockholm State University, professor of Stockholm State University. I'm very well acquainted with the university. I've been invited to lecture on geography department. Unfortunately, Telavi State University no longer has a geography department. We are talking about there is no department of geography any longer in such a large-scale university, which is one of the used to be one of the leading ones. So I'm sharing actually your agency. I'm sharing your feelings on that. So we had this agreement, and students were participating in some practical work, and then all of a sudden there is no longer the geography department any longer. So probably I don't remember your family name. My apologies, but can you please take this into consideration? We are talking about all of the things, and then nobody knows geography. Nobody knows about climate change because nobody studied it. Another topic when we are talking about natural resources. Is anybody studying it? Stockholm State University has allotted some funding for that, and all of these subjects find their way into the syllabi. In order to protect something, you need to know it to begin with. This would be my advice. Yes, I do remember. I know about the university. I used to be the member of the board. I absolutely agree with the first part of your speech, because unfortunately we do no longer, it is no longer being taught in our university as a separate subject. However, Ms. Magda probably is better positioned to elaborate on that. The only thing that I can say is that it's not the job for the it's not the job for the local municipality to define the syllabus. The only thing that we can hope for is maybe somehow to support the educational institutions as an additional free to choose subjects, not official syllabi maybe, but some additional supplementary activities like competitions, youth projects, I don't know, expeditions, cleaning up of the environment from the waste and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, otherwise, municipality cannot define what kind of subjects will be taught at the university level. But one sentence to add within the time frame I've been provided with. I believe that taking care of this topic in general cannot be brought down to one single project, however successful. It should be part of a human being's lifestyle. We've been discussing that only for last 50 years that the environment gained momentum and became one of the challenges for the world. And the world started thinking seriously about it, started working on it, organizing conferences, activities, and so on and so forth, and so on and so forth. But imagine what did condition the situation. It's not something taken out of the blue. It was conditioned by the reality, the outcomes of the human interference, when the human beings decided that they are the crown of the world order. So we were not just exiled from the Garden of Eden, but we destroyed our own earthly Eden ourselves. We've decided that we are the kings of the world, the top of the hill, and now we are just gaining the outcomes. It was just lyrical deviation, maybe, but I believe that taking care of environmental issues, unless it becomes part of the lifestyle, like we are talking about healthy lifestyle, quitting smoking, eating healthy, similar thing is to be applied in relation to environment, and it's something that the young people should be taught from the very preschool age, not when they are already grown-ups. And her mic is now off. or somebody's mic is off because I can't hear a word. But the speaker agrees with remarks from the audience. But I can only tell you that it's not up to the public servant like myself. I wish it were up to me, but unfortunately it's not. Miss Liana, if you don't mind me, I will answer. You need to restore the geography department if you want to get anywhere. Up to the point it is within our competences. The ministry is engaged in this process. Yes, please. Miss Liana, thank you very much for sharing with us your opinion. And I do share it with you, actually. Let me explain it. Let me try to explain it. In the course of the 7 years, I've started my previous speech with just that. In the course of the 7 years, since ever these priority subjects were introduced, but ecology and geography were removed, we haven't had one single master's level student. There were accredited programs with no students. There was a program, there was a syllabus, but there were no students to study. After that, once the accreditation of the teaching programs have expired, once we wanted to submit them for re-accreditation, there are certain rules. Actually, I'm not sure whether you are acquainted. Have you ever with this? Have you ever been the head of the teaching program? Whenever we are to submit the program for re-accreditation, we are supposed to fill out the self-assessment report. And in the course of the last 5 years you haven't had any single student, how can you get it re-accredited if it's not in demand? Since we haven't had any single student, we could not submit it for accreditation, unfortunately. That's why we are asking the state that the state should take care and start funding ecology and geography syllabi. We did retain on the master's level the master's program of ecology with 14 to maybe 16 students, but we used to teach meteorology and climatology with no students in the course of 5 years. What can you tell me? What is the reason for that? What do you think is the reason? There was no funding. It was not funded by the state. The students could not afford them to study it. But can the Ministry of Environment maybe apply and cooperate with the Ministry of Education, stating that these important subjects and necessary, it seems to me, given the times, to consider them as being of higher priority and thus gaining better student participation, gaining more interest among the young people. I do understand the topic very well, and I do agree that it should be there. And Ms. Magda explained to us what are the reasons behind it. We can address the Ministry of Education, and even with not even with a request, but with a demand even. But talking about these studies, and let me be critical. For instance, when we are working on forestry, we've got very few higher educational institutions that are supposed to provide me with graduates, while we have at least one person per 1,500 hectares. We need to triple, at the very least, the current human forces, and we physically do not have competent personnel for that. And I'm not naming any names. I'm not talking about specific universities which have this forestry programs funded, but the quality is very low, critically low, because it's another issue, another angle of the same problem, and maybe it's overall one of the most grandiose problems, that it might be one of the recommendations for ourselves as well and for international community as well, that these free of charge studies, there are people who are enlisting, who are enrolling just because it's free of charge, who are not interested in geology, who are not interested in anything. And then when I am interviewing them for employment, they simply cannot tell me very basic things. And the explanation for that is, in my opinion, I'm of course only speculating, but I, as a would-be employer, have this problem of competent people, and I believe that the reason is that these studies are free of charge, that people are just enrolling because it is free of charge. So at least 1 year is then spent in order to re-educate all these people once they get employed by us, because the level of the knowledge that they bring along is very, very low. This process has already been started, but it won't happen overnight. It didn't happen in Europe either overnight, neither in 2 years, neither in 20 years actually. But in my opinion, the recommendation of our today's conference would be that whatever has been started, like the preschool education, helped by our organizations, by UNDP, by United Nations bodies, to strengthen it, to enhance it. You mentioned family education, of course, but the students, when they are taught something in these eco clubs, they are bringing this knowledge back to families and educating their own parents. That's why we need this new generation, the young generation that was born in independent Georgia, that has no connection with the vices of the previous generation, of the previous times. Well, for instance, in the 90s, when because of the social conditions, people were violating environmental standards, for instance. But nowadays, we see the growth of this level, growth of the quality of people. But what kind of indicators do we have in order to measure, in order for us to be able to measure our progress from the standpoint of raising awareness and from the standpoint of implementing this ecosystem protection? More voice for the environment, more activism and initiatives for environment, more alternatives, more alternative solutions. Not only just shouting that let us say no to HPPs, let us say no to road construction. No, we need to be providing some alternative solutions. We cannot say in the 21st century that we will turn down any energy generation project, because we are living in the 21st century. We need energy, but we should do it in a reasonable way. Yes, the communication with the society and some communication between governmental agencies. The number of schools engaged in the program throughout Georgia, they are engaged in this Eco Club network from 10 to 20 now has grown to 1,000. It is more than 1,000 already. So there will be many indicators for us to measure in 2 years' time, in 5 years' time. We are supposed to harvest the yield of what we are sowing now, from the standpoint of getting a new generation of people who will be more aware of environment, that will be spread throughout our territory, in the settlements, in the cities, in the towns, in the small villages, and wherever. And free of charge education is not the way out, is my opinion. We need to motivate these people. It should be worth it, and we should see that, for instance, it's the same waste management. What is an alternative way? And to call upon the municipal separation was mentioned. I do understand how hard it is to do right now. There will be several years before the municipalities will be able to start separation. And once the investments start, yes, waste is worth money. Once this money accumulates in large quantities enough, it will open the door, and it will solve two issues at the same time. One will be the cleaning of the environment, and on another hand, it will be the source of income, because I believe that through waste management, local municipalities can increase the income considerably. But it requires some time, first of all. Mr. Ilya, then Kaha, then you. And we should pass the floor to Nino as well, because the young generation is the most important component of our discussion. Our future is hanging on them, actually. I'm Irina Povelishvili, chairperson of Farmers Association, and we are working intensively on environmental issues because agricultural issues, rural development, environment protection are very necessary conditions for development. To begin with, I would like to offer my thanks for organizing such an interesting conference and for inviting me to participate. As for this issue, knowledge and awareness, we've cooperated with several schools, including the first public school of Telavi. And initially it was senior classes, but luckily for us, the younger students also expressed they wish to participate, and we met with fifth graders. with a very small presentation, me and environment. In the course of this presentation, we once again confirmed that young people are very much interested in environment protection. I'm a I'm the graduate of geography department myself, and it's a painful issue for me when the geography is not being taught even at school level properly, and children simply do not know and have no interest to continue. I would agree with Mr. Carlo that the free of charge education is not an advantage. The most important thing is to get people interested. So let me skip a bit. There was a period when being a peasant was kind of a swear word. Nowadays, being a farmer is a prestigious affair. The perception has changed. We need to change perception in environment as well. We should need the mindset, change the mindset of the children for them to see that environment protection is one of the priority areas. Let me give you one very specific example. After these meetings in school that I mentioned, one of the pupils' parents called me on the phone and asked me, "What did I do to you? What did you do to me?" Actually, when I wanted to burn my own meadow from the old grass, my own child was preventing me from doing it. And it was a very good example that the mindset of this child has changed. So changing of the mindset, changing of the perception, not only in children, but for children among the parents. We should set aside the principle of my father was doing so, therefore I will be doing so as well. And now going on to why the foresters are not properly educated, or what Carlo was talking about. How many rangers have been dismissed recently? For instance, in Wakiri village, there is historical forest, giant tree, known as giant tree, where the king Elegle participated in his first battle. This forest is devastated now. It's a waste. I would like to thank the people from the Ministry of Environment who, following my call, came to carry out inventory. And they've seen that out of the what used to be 180 hectares of forest, now there is only a small circle, very narrow belt left of trees left. But if we do not create enough employment, who would aspire to study at forestry department, at forestry faculties? Nobody. So acquiring knowledge is one thing, public awareness is another thing, but final employment prospect is just the third thing and the most important of them all. Thank you very much, Ms. Irina. Let me pass the floor to Gaha now. Very briefly on my part, it is necessary for me to reflect on this as well, because I've been cooperating with schools in the course of the last 20 years already. And in my opinion, the problem is in the priority or lack of priority of environment protection, actually. If today you go to any school, even among the pupils who are members of this eco clubs, and ask them, who of you would like to become the environmentalist? Whether it will be the forester or the natural resources manager or whoever. How many of them would raise their hands? Out of 30, maybe one. And the issue is, unless the environment protection becomes a priority for the state, and the children would not see it, and the most important, the parents would not see it as a prospective profession, as a trade for studying, it won't become a priority. Whether it will be free of charge or for money, whatever courses you will provide in the university, it won't do. I agree with Carlo, whether it's free of charge or not free of charge, they are very expensive. Courses at university worth 10,000 lari per year, and people are not attending them, and they are free of charge, which are full of people. So it should become the priority for the state. Climatologists, meteorologists, agronomists, they are required. They will find employment. For instance, in Kakheti, we have a deficit of young agronomists. I'm not trying to insult people of age, but we need this change of generation in any trade, right? We simply do not have new blood in agronomy. Why? Because the state never says and is not sending the clear message that this sector will be required. We do not want everybody to become the manager. We do not want everybody to become the business administration and specialist. I'm talking about central power now, central government. It should be the clear message that these topics, these studies are required. Then the funding will be allocated. Then the schools will start caring for that. Yes, by all means, yes. In Kakheti region, for instance, as of now, if you look through the ranges were mentioned, there are 5,000 to 6,000 hectares to be cared for by one single ranger with very meager salary. Do you think that they will be doing their job well? And it's a risky trade, actually. It's dangerous profession. In Borjomi Kharagauli National Park, for instance, one of the rangers was killed by a poacher. But leaving that danger aside, the most important thing is for the state to send the clear message that environment protection, not maybe environment protection per se, but specific specialities, specific trades within it are priority, and it will be funded, it will be provided with employment. And one more minute, if you don't mind me. Yes, by all means. It's very important that we need to support some local initiatives. Local initiatives in any democratic country, in any developed country. It's not concentrated centrally. Not everything is hanging on the state. It's very important participation of the citizens, active citizens, activists. I would wish, for instance, that the campaign that has been started in Telavi, clean up your neighborhood, for instance. I would be happy to see this campaign supported more. For instance, Georgi Bezerashvili is one of the founders of this campaign, if I might use this word. Actually, we are all turning in the routine of our work. Civil activists, people who are more or less free on work days, up to a point. And support of these initiatives will give us a better outcome. When the children are cleaning up themselves, they are managing the space themselves, calling the local monitoring company, for instance, that I've collected this type of waste here and here, please come and collect it. So it becomes a lifestyle. It becomes the top of the mindset of the people, and it maybe will condition the stance of the state later on as well. Let us pass mic to the next speaker, but please introduce yourself. But after that, I would like to save some time for modern technologies, to discuss modern technologies as well. How can we ensure the timely delivery of technological novelties that will turn the environment protection much more efficient? I will save this question for later, but please introduce yourself first. Let me welcome you. Let me greet you. I'm Maya Kalabegashvili, the founder of the Spectre G informational agency. There are two questions, and it seems like I would address them both to Ms. Fikria, representative of the local authority. Probably she won't be surprised. The first issue is the issue related to collection of construction waste. It was touched upon in our discussion. As far as I am informed, the collection of construction waste is the problem for any municipality. I don't know how it's happening elsewhere, but in our case, it's indeed is. So the waste collection companies are not collecting the construction waste while they are collecting other types of waste, and there are also no demarcated places, no sites in the municipality that can be used for collection of this construction waste somewhere specifically. Do we have anything on that in Telavi? Are you talking about construction companies or maybe private persons? Yes, construction companies, maybe private fencers, sometimes when they are carrying out the maintenance of the residences, they need to get rid of this construction waste somewhere, and no sites are allocated for that. And another question, if you don't mind me, I will ask it right away as well. The second question is related to sources. praise be to our Lord, there are a lot of water sources in Tahiti that is being used as potable water, especially those people who do not have the centralized water supply system. For instance, in Gurjani, there are settlements that do not have this water supply, potable water supply, organized. As far as we found out, the issue of these water sources is very problematic because the unified water supply company is not taking upon itself responsibility to carry out the quality check for water sources. So the water sources that are being used as potable water by people, they are not being provided, they are not being organized in a centralized way. Nobody cares about it. In how's happening in your case? Whether municipal authorities are taking upon themselves to check the quality of this water, to carry out, to collect samples and so on. How do we solve this issue in such a way as not to inflict any damage on the well-being of the population on one hand, and at the same time to use this natural resources in an appropriate way? Yes, thank you very much, and I will try to do it as briefly as possible. Hello, Maya, and the first question that you've directed at me, I actually up to a point already covered it in my previous speech, because I believe that any kind of construction in whether it will be the small scale construction works or maybe something large scale, and it doesn't matter whether it's a private person carrying it out or maybe some large scale company who owns a municipal tender or whoever. In any case, the removal and collection of construction waste should be provided for from the very beginning. It should be one of the conditions of the license. But another point to add here is that at the same time we should care for restoration of the environment, for creation of some recreational space instead, and when it becomes widely applied practice, another good example would be like the domino principle. When one thing happens and then many chain reaction follows, it will help us to turn our environment better. I don't know how it's happening in your case, but in our case, in Telavi, there is a special service, so-called supervisory body or monitoring service, who by its competence and by its authority is supposed to carry out monitoring and so imposing fines, special areas and special zones located where such construction waste is to be collected in. And of course, it's up to the type of waste. It's supposed to be separated as well, because it might be the plastic waste on one hand and some earthy, gravelly, stony types of waste as well. For instance, in the center of the city, there are several construction sites right now, quite quite near to each other. For instance, one of them is a municipal construction site, so-called chess school, and another is a kind of a guest house adjacent to this construction site, actually. And in both cases, it is being very strictly controlled from the standpoint of removal of construction waste. As for the second part of your question, can you remind me what it was? Water sources, yes. In Telavi, we had several cases when through some public activity, people were protesting that the water was not of good quality, it was not drinkable. Therefore, some samples were collected, and it's been ruled out that it was not based on objective truth. It was just a perception, because water was quite potable. There was several single cases where out of these natural water sources, people actually caught some other contagious disease, but were blaming it on the water, while the water was not the source of the disease, of the infection. I'm a representative of the generation which still lived in our country when we used to have some special inspection. Mr. Kaha would agree with me, because he remembers it probably. I had the luxury
when I've been working as with my actual profession, so I had to deliver lectures to the representatives of this inspectors of this inspectorate. I had about 500 inspectors in my room, and knows me, and so I don't know why they wanted to have lectures on Georgian theater, and I have had 500 officers who were checking this quality of the spring waters in Georgia. But then the system has destroyed due to some certain political and historic events. And of course, this is a common problem. This is a global problem. This is one of the changes which is very important, especially for the municipalities like Telavi. I would go further, and during these 2 pandemic years, especially for the first year, before world was trying to find out what we are facing. So I want to tell you that we didn't trust the tap water which we have in our yard, and every day I and my husband had kind of a ritual. We are going to the spring and bringing drinking water to our family to drink this water and to avoid some pandemic in our family. So that's very serious challenge. This is also, this requires quite serious funding, because we have a lot, many such natural springs in Telavi. Okay, I can't lie to you. I can tell you that we are performing the permanent monitoring. However, I agree that we shall allocate certain funds from the budget for this. And then we come back to this message which has been sounded by Kaha, and I absolutely agree with him that this should become the priority for the state policies. Decentralization, which in case of Telavi, I know that Telavi will support this. The status that we had, this self-governing city status, and which has been taken away from us, unfortunately. But I hope that yes, such a progress that like we can see in the field of environment. This allows us to be a bit brave, and we want to start project to make Tel Aviv the cleanest city. That's really nice. I will follow this. Now I would like to pass the floor to Nino. Nino, what is this universal language with regards to the ecosystem services and from the standpoint of environment in general? So which is universally understandable and acceptable for everybody. So for everybody, from farmers to the highest ranking officials. And also, I would like to ask, so what is the biggest challenge for you and for the youth? What youth activities can you bring an example to make what you need to make your movement broader, which in my opinion has brought about quite a good outcomes? Thank you very much. Welcome everybody. I welcome our virtual audience too. As for the challenges in general, and you asked very good question. So why? This comes, you know, probably science in a golden circle. So most important question is why. So you came here, or how? How is the next? No, first is why. Why did you wake up early to come here? Why we have online participants? Why people go to? So that's individual, right? So first question we shall ask ourselves: why? Why do I want to make a command? What do I want to achieve? So when we have the answer to this question, why? When we have a strong answer, then the question comes how. So then what? What products I create in order to justify this main why? For instance, when I have submitted my application for the youth representation. So what this mandate includes that you should study Georgian youth, you shall have communication with them, but you are free to choose any method. And second, you shall go to New York to the General Assembly and make a speech there. The first part was fully implemented. Unfortunately, pandemic coincided and I was unable to go to New York. I was very sorry that I was, because I've been preparing to sound my speech there. But you can sound your recommendations on the Stockholm plus 50, I think, in June. So, and why this is important? So if the main why is that to go somewhere and to deliver your speech, then you will very easily lose motivation. But if you want to achieve something important, then you will find some other ways. That was exactly when this has been abolished. I have visited all the regions, including this region. I've been working with various organizations, and we have done a lot for the environment. So what I want to say, one of the challenges is main thing is to ask yourself the questions, and then why do we need this ecology? Also, at the state level, why do we need this? What sort of outcomes do we expect? Unfortunately, today we do not have the evidence-based or science-based uh, policy. Also, we are lacking synergies because all this should be in synergy with each other. Second, what we are missing is education, and I mean education for youth as well as for the adult education. So we do not have the academic uh, personnel of the level of the quality that we need. So I have been visiting 11 countries during the last 5 years, and all of these visits were mainly connected with the sustained SDGs, UN SDGs, and I'm happy enough because I've been growing up in the foresters family. My grandfather was a forester, my father was forester, and so I was lucky enough. But that's it's not only about environment, because you shall also uh, so G, and so I don't know, she's playing some kind of a game. She's saying M plus G equals sh. So motivation plus education equals outcome, something like this. So almost is true, but in all regions, well, when I go to the regions, I ask these questions, but not everybody understands what is what that's environment. So, but it's me. M is for me. So we shall start from ourselves. We shall not forget that everything starts with ourselves. And that's the role of the youth, that they should start with themselves. But we shall not forget that each of us can change something. And unity of me's creates some environment, and it might create some toxic environment, but if these me's are growth oriented, then such an environment will be very good to bring us to the positive outcome. And also in the education, that's and third part is and will be able to apply it. So we not only environmentalists, but also lawyers and economists cannot find employment after they graduate. So, but how does state? Well, how state? For you as a participant, what do you think? How the state shall develop the strategy? So, what we shall require as a recommendation in order to achieve our goals? There should be down up strategy. So it depends on whether it's 5 or 10 year strategy, but it should be down up a model, from the municipalities to the central government, because locals know what they need actually. When this goes to the upper level, they should be processed and then come back. Then the strategy is not based on the local demand. The strategy will never be sustainable. But yeah, it's a fact that they don't listen very often, and we as a youth sometimes feel this. There is so in psychology there is a list writing down. Well, when you are listening to somebody, you are already thinking what to answer, and so how to do this. And I think that it's important to get involved municipalities as much as possible. Of course, taking into account synergies, and also if I have some abstraction that I need to have, and I want to be in a good environment, but I do not understand specifically what I need, what indicators I have. I must have these indicators because in order to measure whether I'm going in a direction or not I want. And what else? If everything is that if you listen and we create strategy, then the implementation will be remaining. And in such case, it's also very important to develop the entrepreneurial thinking, business thinking. You start doing very much, but if you look at the statistics, despite the fact that there are very many projects that are funding startuppers, well, 1% can last for 1 year. Why? Because that's not strategic. This is singled out. And entrepreneurship is good because you see that from the standpoint of environment, you're receiving education, and then you can create some enterprise. So maybe they will value my human resources and they hire me, and then I can strengthen. But that part is missing, and I think that the best motivator. Yes, motivation isn't permanent, but for the beginning, that's the best motivation. That the youth and people who have not found themselves yet, this will provide help to such people, and we can create a product that would be good for you, for the environment. And by the way, showing, seeing this necessity of this is one of the priorities for the state. And I think that in the United States, for instance, it's directly defined. Farmers, for various specialists, they even are subsidizing it for which in this direction, which they will have more demand for the next year. How that Netherlands, for instance, is a leading country in producing this agricultural foods, but this area is defined by the state, and there is a vision part in it. So thank you very much. That's a very interesting discussion. Now I would like to ask head of Friends of the Earth, Nino Chobadze, to get a connection with us online. Thank you very much for joining us. And of course, one question that we'll have to you, most important, we are preparing for Stockholm plus 50 for the large forum. We are developing recommendations and this, you know, that this will be held in early June. What would be main recommendations and what challenges do you see most clearly today? Thank you very much. Welcome all the participants. We're having quite an interesting discussion, and I don't want to go out of the context, so therefore I will try to follow your topics. However, we still have to discuss a lot with regards to what we shall be doing in order to better protect the environment. When Stockholm was beginning, I was very small then, and 50 years that had passed since, it's not a big period for the Earth, but that's quite a lot for one generation. So therefore, we should say it's like this. We, in Stockholm, the humankind asked that the most important is to rationally use the natural resources, and if we want to keep our planet, we shall take care of our wealth, our natural resources. This was the main leitmotif of the Stockholm, and today we are still facing the same issues: the sustainable development principles, sustainable development goals. These are the current challenges, and the biggest challenge is the climate change. The difference between Stockholm and us is quite different, because I would say that because very important issues has been raised here, and with regards to the waste. But I would say that the waste company, the waste campaign that is going on with the support of Swedish government. First, it was let's clean up Georgia, and today we have program let's protect the cleanliness in Georgia. It has very interesting component with regards to the education, which is called the Green School, Green Flag. And I know that many Telavi involved in the process too, and this is allows us to, which allows students to learn how to use all this, how to apply all this in practice. I hope you can properly hear me. And one more topic with regards to the waste, we will be able. By the way, today they are discussing these issues of the inert waste. So proper management, proper waste management will allow us, and you have already mentioned this during a discussion, that we might not pollute environment, but on the contrary, we might create a possibility of secondary usage of these resources, which we've been calling waste. No, but it's not a garbage anymore. For us, it's a waste. For instance, inert materials that unfortunately are being disposed of in huge volumes, and they of course create a very big problem for all municipalities. However, all the municipalities have specific territories where they are accumulating inert materials, and law allows us to fill up those unstable areas where we can, but we somehow don't pay the attention to. Whole Europe today is processing these inert materials, and they do not use the natural resources like sand or gravel. But we shall be sure that we do not have toxic waste among these materials. The biggest challenge in Kakheti region and for the entire Georgia, this is about the hazardous chemicals, because big volumes of such chemicals are disposed of right now, and they should be taken special care, including asbestos, by the way. And what's the most important, what I wanted to say, somebody was mentioning during your discussion, what shall we do with the sources? Of course, we shall take care of the sources, but how? Unfortunately, we do not have proper sewage systems. We call it sanitary in many cases. Almost all the sources are under the risk because, unfortunately, very many are polluted with two fractions. First is the sewage waters, and second one is waste. And almost everywhere we have the same picture. And I don't know why, but methodologically, we continue in very many regions to continue same practices. All the illegal dumps sites which we have in all regions are very closely located to some springs or rivers, and so this causes very big problems, because water is water is very important resource, and in 2000 one of the fresh water was considered the exhausting resource, because it is disappearing, because we are destroying forests, we don't protect it, and so it was considered a disappearing resource. And education is necessary for the environmental and sustainable development. And one more factor which is important for us, let's rationally use all the resources, not predator, not to use them in predator manner, like it is done in Georgia. Thank you very much, Ms. Nino. I think that yes, they are considering in Parliament today new legal initiative. So thank you very much, Hatuna. So please, I know that we have exceeded the time, but since we have a representative of the mayor of the Telavi municipality, I want to ask this question. One of the main topics of our today's meeting, as Ms. Nino said, on how shall we say, do it, first of all, to make planet healthier, but also to ensure well-being, and so how can we ensure harmonious coexistence with the nature? And that's I wanted to ask this active mobility, for instance. moving by bicycles, which is on the one hand uh, so on the shorter distances to move, except for instead of cars by bicycles. First of all, we are preventing air pollution. Also, it supports active lifestyle, and so this is for me as one example of how can we do it through the development of infrastructure. Because if we don't have infrastructure, it will be very difficult. I just wanted to know, for instance, in case of Telavi, do we have any plans for this, or there is a potential? Because Telavi is quite a hilly city, and so I don't know. Maybe you can add something, maybe, or maybe we can bring some examples from the other cities. So how can we introduce this? How can let's pay attention to this, because in my opinion, this can be one of the good examples for the symbiosis between the planet and human beings, and because first of all, it allows us to less pollute the air and to improve our health. And thank you very much. And yes, you also wanted to comment very briefly, but first let Fikria to answer. Yes, thank you for this question, and I think that it's very important when we are speaking about Telavi municipality and the tourist potential. Of course, ecotourism is one of the main directions, and we shall thank Kaha here and his team, who, despite the pandemic, they have started this campaign for ecotourism, and they have had very interesting routes. However, as for the cycling, I shall thank Biberach, which is brother twinning city with the Telavi. We have more 10 or 40 years. And Mr. Reiner, who died during the pandemic, but before he died, and his last present was several, so dozens of cycles he so we've been asking this that we want to introduce here in Telavi to carry out some tournaments, etc., for the cycle lovers. But I will also declare that, and I can tell you that in the beginning of May we are planning to, we are planning some cycling activities in the city for certain routes, and I would like to invite everybody, and I want to introduce this and make this a good tradition. But I want to say one thing. Sometimes people are also sinful. For instance, we have seen that there was a cycling lane in center of Tel Aviv. There is a red lane which goes from Nadiguari to the square. Anytime you can go out, and I don't know if you can't even walk on this, because people are using this as a parking space, and you can't walk. Even a small kid with a tricycle won't be able to go at this lane. So when we are speaking about the civil consciousness, and no, everybody knows that everybody knows what is this. Everybody knows that it's a cycling lane. Yes, they know, but still they are using it as they wish. They think that they can violate this because they want to park this car in comfort in the center. But they aren't penalized. They should be done for the once when for this disabled persons there was a parking, and when there was a place for this people in the wheelchair, many were ignoring this, and they were penalized by police. But yes, so we shall start with some sanctions, I would say, because since the civil awareness is not enough. But you mentioned this future perspective, and I want to say that we are thinking about this. We want to plan the good routes, and despite the hilly landscape of Tel Aviv municipality, and we have various difficulty routes for cyclers. I mean, not only foreign tourists, but also local population. And why not? people must have opportunity, though. If they are enjoying cycling, then they should have possibility. So we can somehow include this into recommendations that we should support this, because that should not only, it should be somehow supported from the municipalities, and because it's a cheap transport. Yeah, I want to say that it's about 10 years that I'm working. I'm head of this youth. I was actually the head of the service of youth and transports and culture in the municipality. Last year, I'm working as a deputy mayor. So we have had arranged such cycling tours many times, and the youth were mostly active. But however, in Telavi, I know that there is a potential in the various age groups among children and women, and the Telavi population will be glad to respond to this initiative. For us, this is one of the goals for our future activities. That's what I can tell you. So be clear. So can we also involve in this the urban planners? Yes, that's also very important, because it's a years that we have started. The pandemic hindered us for a while, but was from the human resource standpoint, etc. But that's what we've been working on, the Telavi general plan, master plan, and that's very important. We are trying to create more recreation zones and to keep existing recreation zones, and also for the various sports and various activities, we're trying to arrange the spaces where both the locals and the visitors will have opportunity to combine useful and that's the last comment. Then we will have a half an hour break. I'm sorry. We have half an hour break, and we have very important second panel. If I hope that you will stay with us, you can ask your question at that panel. We can, yes, briefly, if I may. I'm from professor of Telavi State University and representative also of the National Food Agency. I won't tell you about the water. I can tell you that we are performing quite strict supervision over the water quality, and I would like to advise you that the water which you are receiving through the tap system is much more reliable than those springs that were polluted due to many reasons. Except for this, all the issues raised by you are absolutely very sensitive for me, and I would like to use opportunity and to ask few questions. I will respond to Ms. Pikaria that the city is planning something, then you are not implementing it. Why don't you punish those people who are violating this right? For instance, in Telavi, you can't just walk in the street. We do not have the sidewalks remaining, nothing. So everybody is parking everywhere they like, and they stop in the middle of the street and start up. But that's patrol police to take care of this. Also, I have, Carlo, a question to you. Those excursions that we are having in Kakheti in the spring and the autumn especially, they are leaving such a huge waste behind that. So is it possible to stop everywhere to have some feast and then not collect your waste? And I don't know what the children are learning at school, but I see that they are throwing the litter bags from the bus windows, and the teachers do not look at this, and do not they know that they cannot be throwing it out into the roads. And I also want to respond to Kaha. That's very correct idea. And based on my age, I of course have the communist past, and we had some Saturday voluntary works, and we have been planting some things, and we've been cleaning schools and environment.
Not be waiting for any kind of sanctions or to have these young people engaged, because if they just drop it down accidentally, they should lean down again in take it again, take it up again. I don't know whether they are being taught this at school or it's something that should be taught at family level, but we need some kind of supervision on that. Whenever they are organizing these school excursions, somebody should be supervising them. If they find the clean enough place, they probably would not kind of pollute it either. But if they find it already littered with garbage, they probably will let some. Please introduce yourself first, and then you, and then we will make a break for half an hour, and then the second panel will begin. Georgia Disherashvili, young activist, and also the ranger of Lagodaki protected area. Economics and environment protection, the mutual relation between the two is very well expressed in relation to protected areas. What I'm trying to say is that in 2017, if I remember correctly, there was a study carried out based on 5 protected areas. There were 90 million lari income for the state budget at the expense of visitors visiting the protected areas, actually. So it's another, just another indicator that the role of protected areas and environmental tourism is very, very important. And it's not hindering environmental protection per se, but quite to the contrary, it's helping along the economic development. And another part is a question. The protected area is a very good instrument of education, of environmental education, and it would be probably desirable states to pay more attention to that, maybe develop some new models, touristic development, no, educational development, meaning that administrations of the protected area can allocate specific people who will be accompanying pupils, students, visitors in general, giving them some kind of lectures, ensuring some educational courses locally, because it's kind of a very, very good lab, protected area, very good lab for study of environment protection, and it would be very, very wise to use protected area from this standpoint. You next, and then we'll be breaking. Thank you very much for today, and thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you for being given a chance to attend this very important meeting. Let me introduce myself. I'm professor at Telavi State University, and at the same time, I'm working at the winery as a technician, technologist. And I would like to draw your attention to this part. It has been several times mentioned that Tahiti is a homeland of wine and winemaking. And if anything is related to any cultural plant in Tahiti, it would be wine. And there are many associated problems, actually, to mention. We see these problems that are not solved as of yet. For instance, being an employee of the winery, the waste management was mentioned. The waste, yes. The problem of the waste has been solved by our company the following way. We have 2 types of waste, so-called food waste. You know probably that in autumn the harvest is taking place, and there are some organic waste, fine, and this waste, from the standpoint of being biologically degradable and being organic, is being returned to the vineyard. So it's being dried out, and then it is, since it contains very crucial substances, instead of pesticides, we are using the remains of the previous harvest, and it's very good. So this would be the good waste. But there is another waste, bad waste, so-called. This winery, Shumi, is operating in Heavy, if you know this area. So it's in Heavy, so close to the valley, close to the ravine, actually. So the bad waste being, I will use the winery terms, so-called bentonite. What do we do with the dry wines, actually? So the wine, dry type wines are supposed to be powdered and returned to the winery. But for that, we do require some equipment. So scientific and technical development convention. So if we were supported by the state, on this. Of course, it's dried wines are being used for other purposes as well. But if we are to be provided with governmental help to acquire this equipment, to be able to shred it, to be able to powder it down into fine powder, and then spread it in the wines, vineyards. I can tell you that in Alto, they haven't yet started operation, but it's already being constructed, rehabilitated actually. The kindergarten that will be warmed up with dried wines. So for heating, they will be using it. It's very, very important remnants. It's not even waste. It's very, very rich waste, so to say. And if it were to be returned into the vineyard. But what about the bad waste? This is what I'm trying to talk about. This Veltolid, this caustic soda, all of that. What do we do about it? How do we get rid of that? Because on one hand, environmental organizations are sitting in ambush, literally, watching us if we make a false step. So we cannot discharge it just outside, and then we will be fine for that. But on another hand, where do we get it? We have no place to preserve it. We do not have any space to keep it in. So that's why we are addressing governmental agencies, for instance, the Ministry of Agriculture. Help us to somehow readdress this waste somewhere, instead of just sitting out in ambush, because our winery and maybe other wining companies, we are sitting on this Ferris wheel. We are turning and turning in this vicious circle. We cannot get out of it because we cannot get without using these supplements, but then we do not know what to do about the waste. So we need the help of Ministry of Agriculture. Very, very briefly, because we are very much beyond our agenda. I will try to be brief. So actually, the dried wine in this capital is very, very expensive. So you might find a business opportunity there. But what Ms. Fikria mentioned, probably you should get interested in that, because Telavi, Ahmed, Adedoblisaro, and Vareli are beneficiaries of our project from now on in the Green Climate Fund. And Rural Development Agency will be supporting creation of new companies or startups. We cannot act as a social agency, but you can start some additional business and, for instance, support it with the powdered down agricultural waste containing, among other things, this dried out wines. Some things that we are burning in the villages every spring and every autumn. It's a green energy up to a point. As for the other wastes, types of waste, I'm not competent enough to give you the full-fledged answer, but I would like to advise you to connect, to relate with the waste management department of the ministry, because they are dealing with some dangerous waste of this hazardous waste of the kind. For instance, with hospitals and medicinal waste, they are obliged to have. We have so there are companies which have the chance to collect this waste. I do not know how large scale your waste is, but in any case, please connect with the Department of Waste Management in the ministry. As for the protected areas, I would like to greet the initiative expressed by the speaker before you, because Ms. Lela also mentioned this as a problem. There are some specific recreational areas set aside in the protected areas for picnics and for visiting. And you will see the difference in the kind of waste that is being accumulated in the protected area and unprotected area. Because of the ranger system, the situation is better in protected areas, but it's a problem in general, yes. And it can be solved, in my opinion, in two ways. First of all, it will be, of course, a stricter supervision, but you cannot place a guard by every tree, neither a policeman nor ranger. And another story would be public awareness, because if I am, as a school teacher, bringing my kids to visit some natural habitat, I'm more interested in educational process, of course, but I should care about the waste as well. I've been in Vaslovani a couple of days ago, and unfortunately, I've seen it with my own house, where the school pupils visiting the area. My problem with these excursions was the level of the noise that they were emanating from them, and then with the waste that they were leaving behind them. The garbage that they were littering the area with. So it's an issue, of course, and the whole ministry cannot solve it unless it will be initiated by the organizers of this visit themselves. So half an hour break. 1 minute for you, 1 minute. Since we started talking about tourism, I should mention another thing as well. The program, our program is of social nature, therefore I dare to talk about it. Me and my friends, we've organized such a social touristic program known as Touristorium, relied on the holistic approach. In this case, I'm talking about Café de Region. Forests and cultural and historic heritage retained in the forests. Who is it for tourism? I dare say that our tours are quite innovative. We have prepared them already, and it's gaining momentum, maybe slowly yet, but we do have already some visitors. And it can say that in the Gistevi Valley, since Gistevi was mentioned, if you do not know about this locality, it's one of the most important touristic destinations from given its history and its landscape and so on and so forth. And in this valley, there are two touristic routes to be laid down. One of them will follow one bank of the valley, and another will follow another bank of the valley, studying the local biodiversity and very rich historical heritage, historic monuments retained there. Also, in Sikoguri Reach, on Sikoguri Reach, there is a protected area that has been established, and it will be extended now, and it gives some more touristic opportunities. Mainly, it's within the Gurjani municipality, but small portion of it is extending to Telavi municipality as well. And so it's a very, very unique, endemic, relic, whole type of wood there. And I can tell you that all in all, through internet, the Telavi municipality, not only is a city, but adjacent villages, one of the alternative ways of alternative use of natural resources would be development of tourism. Thank you very much. It seems like the first half was very, very interesting. We are breaking for half an hour and going back to another, even more interesting second part. Thanks for your recommendations as well. Thank you very much, and see you in half an hour. Please, you are invited people who are engaged in the panel right now. I'm sure the discussion will be very interesting, and your participation in discussion will be also very active. Let me introduce to you the speakers of panel, Rebecca Gonashvili, agroblogger, Maria Shishniashvili, organization Hand to Hand, so telehealth, Georgi Tsinsadze, Social Justice Center, Keti Mulashvili, Knowledge Cafe. So thank you very much for coming, and I do hope that our panel will be very interesting in the scope of Stockholm 50. We will be working on different issues. The most important and the most emissions, and all of this will find its way into the document that will be presented by our delegation in Sweden by the beginning of June. It's a very, very important document, and your participation, I'm sure, will be very active. And I'm very happy to see you being so active and participating in discussion of different topics. Also, I would like to remind you that we are broadcasting our meeting online as well. I would like to address those people who are attending us through Zoom, that you are also free to ask your questions, to express your opinions, to provide us with your feedback through Zoom, appropriate instruments of Zoom. I'm sure that you are already aware how to join this mural application, how to use it, or how to use the instruments to indicate the topics of your interest. So we will be taking all of your feedback into consideration. I'm sure that many interesting ideas might be collected for that application. Now let us move on to our speakers. And the first question I would like to address to Becca, ecosystem protection. It's a priority on the agenda both of the government and society, might be said. It might be said also that some things have been done already. There are some achievements already. But what's left? What's still a challenge? And what is necessary for ecosystem protection? How do we integrate ecosystem protection into any kind of document that is related to any kind of activity, maybe public awareness? What other details would be necessary in order to be more successful in these endeavors of ours in our country? Hello, everybody. Let me greet you and thank you very much for inviting me to participate today. I personally believe that the main problems, the main issues that we are facing is related to awareness or lack thereof. But this is not awareness. It's not awareness that would require graduating from the university, for instance. I'm talking about some basic knowledge whenever you are living, and especially since we are talking about agriculture, when you are gaining some profit, when you are gaining some income out of this nature, whether you are producing wheat or engaged in animal husbandry, but you are relying on natural resources, you should be treating it well. You should return back whatever you take out, at least caring for not to destroy. Unfortunately, many farmers we see that the attitude is very, very, very superficial. Non-degradable waste, for instance, fertilizer waste. And whenever you are walking through the landscape, you see the packaging of this fertilizer just hanging out of the trees, and it's a lack of awareness actually. And it's again related to awareness, maybe the farmers who fail to see that if they would treat nature with respect, they will gain more rather than lose. And it's not just for not that I'm talking about it. I can give you myriad of practical examples actually. For instance, after harvesting, how Kaheti does look, for instance. There are many things that might be emotional when it's happening, but as soon as we do not see it, when it's not in front of our eyes, we tend to forget about it. There are some other problems that might be driving this one out of our mind, and we tend to forget that unless we do it every day, unless we care for the nature every day, I'm talking about farmers, it won't work. Even unrelated things, things that are not related to some direct expenses, there are other methodologies that do not require on the farmer's part to spend any money, but still better care for the land plots, for their own animals, which will be much more fruitful. I would like to inquire, Becca, there is some knowledge that is hereditary coming from the grandsires of ours. So this is how we treat our animals. This is how we collect the harvest. This is how we do this. This is how we do that. There are modern day, there is modern day knowledge as well, which might be different from this hereditary, from this ancestors' wisdom, so to say. And how do we combine the two, and whether there is a need to care for that at all? You know what? So if we say that maybe some people are trying to do it in a traditional way, I do not think that it would be appropriate. For instance, not going very far, straying very far from the topic. In Georgia, as today, the grass is being mowed. The grass for hay is being mowed in August. When it gains in volume, for instance, then you can gain 300 brackets out of 1 hectare of land and not 150, for instance. And it's good. But if we treat it in scientific level, it has 4 times less nutritional value. So it might be voluminous, but it might much less nutritious than it would have been if it moved earlier. And why I'm talking about this example, for instance, because our ancestors, they knew when to mow. The Georgian name for June is Tibatwe, the mowing month. Yes, the grass might be shorter, but it's most rich in nutritious substances. Then is Tatatwe, July, when you are harvesting. So our ancestors knew it better than we do. They knew it, and they knew how to treat it. Nowadays, following Soviet Union, following Soviet era, I cannot attribute it directly because I'm not that old to remember it myself. But probably many people, older people, would agree with me that there was a planned economy, and if this or that collective farm had so many hectares, or they were supposed to harvest so much grass out of it, whether they needed it or not. If you look through the movie, for instance, the Blue Mountains, where the publishing house is provided with some fertilizers that they do not need, but they still accept it because it's planned economy. So probably everybody would agree that they still do it the same way. So this is why I say that back in the time, in those times when many things were spoiled, this practice was spoiled as well. It went to waste. But how do we rectify it? What do we do about it? Probably one of the most important topics for state to care for, because pandemic and the war did demonstrate that indeed we might be facing hunger, not maybe hunger, but deficit of food at the very least. Wheat might be in deficit, might be lacking. So how much attention should the state, should the government should be concentrating maybe on communication, on providing this information of disseminating this information as widely as possible, to engage as many people as possible, to maybe shift in our methodology, to achieve the shift in farming methodology to acquire more. I'm not idealist, believing that it might be all managed overnight. There are many steps to be taken. Yes, the government might do one thing, but it's another story that the farmers would acquire it and start using it. And you should care for this education at a very early age. And you probably would agree with me that neither the school nor university nor any other educational institutions would instill so much awareness than the family could. So the young person, the child should be watching his parents and see how they react. If they do not see them throwing some garbage out of the window, they won't repeat it when they grow up. So if at a very young age they receive this reprimand from the parents telling them that it's not something we do, the awareness will increase automatically. But these words all come to naught. The most important, for instance, I personally am teaching my kid. I'm teaching him things because I believe them to be good. So when there are some practical so no-till system, for instance, of working the land. There are different new ideas which might make the income better for a farmer. For instance, talking about wheat, when my father, for 25 years or maybe even more, we never used the plow. We are using chisels, which is not cutting through the soil, but rather powdering it. So we are shredding remains, but it's actually the long story actually. So it's not turning the upper layer of the soil around. and he's been doing it for 20-25 years already, and everybody was trying to learn from him. It's a cultivating machine. It's not destroying the upper layer of the soil, at the same time powdering the lower layers of the soil, allowing for more humidity to reach through the upper layer. For instance, 2014 was very droughty year, and we still were gaining 3 and 3.5 tons per hectare of wheat. And in good years, we can go up to 4.5, 6 or 7 on certain land plots. And those who are into cereals, they would know that it's a very good harvest. As for the fertilizers, we are using half of what is being used by others, because since we are not removing the nutritional layers of soil out of the plot, and we are trying to leave it there. So what I'm taking out of the land is only the corn itself, and I'm leaving all the rest there, become nutritious substance for the soil. And if somebody would tell me that why don't you use plow, I would answer them that it's been the practice of my father and my own for many years, and I have better outcomes. So it was just an assumption that my father went for. He is an experimenting fellow. He enjoys reading, regardless of the fact that he did not have the mastery of any foreign language. He read about it, and he learned that people no longer using plow for this. So he tried it once, tried it twice. Other farmers, so-called agro elite of the Doplitsaro, became mocking stock for them actually. But now we see that people are following through it as well. Climate change, changes of agricultural calendar, so to say. When the seasons are shifting, the blooming coming earlier, harvesting coming later, or whatever. What are we to do about that? So not to fall behind the times, and at the same time to somehow mitigate the process of climate change. How do we retain the ecosystem, in your opinion? You know what? It's a scientific subject rather. Maybe scientists would be better positioned to answer this question, but in my opinion, it seems to me that practice and science should go hand in hand. For instance, if in certain land the climate has changed so significantly that you no longer can till it, and you can no longer collect any harvest there.
Unfortunately, I say this because I know very many farmers who in Marneuli or they will be growing the berries in the middle of the sun, but they don't think about it. It needs protection. So there are so many problems, and you shall take advices, and there should be some changes, you know, and I believe that you know, we shall be doing this. This shall be joint work. So I don't think so. Most of scientists are quite far away from the practice, you know, practical applications. And for me, for instance, very many important things were said to me by the practitioner, farmer, actual farmer who is working abroad, than the scientists who were just speaking some very academic level. And so the reality changes together with the climate change, and the knowledge shall follow, then the practices shall follow, of course. Yes, that's it. No, the animal farming or human beings, everything changes. Some things are developing. If, for instance, some antibiotic would be applied to the animal, that it would be saved. So now, even if you do this, you can, because the bacteria develops resistance to the antibiotics. So everything is changing, and but you know, not only academia should be working on this, but farmers should know that this So the things that the farmers should know that things change, you know. For instance, so that's what we see. You know, the zones are climbing up together with the climate changes, and the many things are changing, and the farmers about these changes. For instance, 3 months ago in December, we were in my high mountains. We were there by car, and I was at 2,800 meters above sea level. And actually, no earlier, as it was said, the 2 meters snow would be there, but no more snow, no more snow in December. It was 24th or 35th of December. I just arrived there in my car. I wouldn't believe this, you know. So therefore, what kind of issues should be discussed at Stockholm meeting? We as Georgia will be one of the participating countries. So what recommendations you would advise to, what would be the most important for us on which our economy should be based? You know, I believe that we must we must get information about the practical activities that are performed in many places. Unfortunately, I'm like this, you know, that I don't believe much in things I have seen in PowerPoints. I might have some ideas from there, which might be interesting for me, but still, I would prefer that somebody has implemented this practically next to me. So therefore, I think that not only at this meeting, but what the world should do, this is sharing good practices, because I'm sure that these countries, many countries had the situation worse than we do have now. Therefore, I believe that we should be sharing good practices that we can see, for instance, with the stink bug, and no, that's changing patterns, etc. So how can we overcome this stink bug? You know, they said that that's the new plug of the world, but today we have overcome this difficulty. I can tell that, for instance, the growth of the corn has increased in Georgia, because, you know, when they were applying these chemicals to fight the stink bug, you know, other pests also disappeared there. So I don't say that this is a good practice and it should be applied everywhere, but still, so when we have such an extreme situation, these countries, and the war that is actually that impacts all the countries. So in such case, how soon we should be exchanging information, and can we have some kind of a common hub where countries would be sharing their experiences with each other, and where they would have the possibility to exchange very important information on climate change. And I know that in New Zealand, for instance, they are studying the situation in Caucasus, because these are not very far, because how processes will develop in Caucasus. I think I would say that whole world depends on this. So in such case, how desirable it would be to have access to information. So, you know, that if today, if you are not living in Russia, access to information is much easier. Now, you know what I said in the beginning that I still believe that I speak from the standpoint of agriculture, the users, the farmers, should be as educated as possible. So whether they should know whether this some technology is better for them. When I see that something is better for me, no law will ever prohibit me doing this, applying this, if I really see that it's better for me. And but I have to see it first. I have to see it because everything, our wealth, our economy, that's all interlinked and interchanged. So, and that's what I mean. You know, this technology we shall return it to the nature, and of course, and then nature gives me better benefits if I treat it properly. So when we speak about hydroponics and hydroponics, for instance, in Arab countries where there is no land and they cannot. And they have introduced this hydroponics, and if they have the greenhouses, then what can be better than this? But they have to use more synthetic fertilizers, etc. So I mean that if these farmers who are doing this, they see that that if they treat nature properly, then the nature will return them twofold or threefold. Then they feel it in their pocket, then nobody will be able to stop them. The thing is to show them this, because in very many cases, Tushetians are preparing this Gouda cheese in they prepare it in cellophane, in cello, but this is carcinogenic. And if you tell them carcinogenic word, you know, then somebody might shoot you because they just do not know what it means, you know. And so, you know, that's proper communication. Proper communication is extremely important. Let's don't say state. State is not just 10 or 15 ministers. They won't be able to do this. No, system should be built. System should exist. But that's, in my opinion, that there should be some influencers, so-called influencers, who are not somebody from space. And you know, Kati, you know, for instance, she's famous in Snorri, and people believe her in Snorri. And when Katie does something practically, you know, then she will be able to better spread information, and somebody will more eagerly believe her rather than Prime Minister coming out and say, yes, but there are some responsibilities towards population, towards its health, because all this is a matter of political will, right? So if the prime ministers or the ministers start delivering this information, you know, they might not be able to leave this at, yes, but we are speaking about carcinogenic, okay? That's why so if it's such a hazard, you know, then I think that it would be totally relevant if the state will get involved in such thing. That's already because there is a treatment of these people, they should be treated, that funds are required from budget, and we are filling up this budget. And okay, let's switch to Katie now. I will come, Georgi, to you because Becca has raised very interesting issue, and of course, orientation of all business. All the businesses are thinking about revenues and incomes, but here are too many questions. And Katie, in Snorri, do they believe you in Snorri? So how it happens? Well, what Becca said. So is it possible? Is it easy to disseminate this information? So do these people follow you? Who are these people? Are, you know, having quite a deeply rooted knowledges in agriculture, and they are coming with this knowledge for the generations. And do they really believe us that this or climate change and global warming are significant challenges, because one thing is the good of the social networks, but there is also another damaging factors when people just do not believe that this exists, and they have no information. They don't want to take this information, and so how can we convince them that this exists, and what mechanisms can be there? Welcome, everybody. Thank you very, very much for inviting me today. Here I see exactly those people who are taking care of the environment, more or less, and we are here to share our concerns with each other, and to discuss what we can do. I mainly, so my role here, how I see it, is that so what we are doing, the inhabitants of one very small city. For instance, if Georgia will be participating in the Stockholm +50 meeting, and there will be large countries, and what can we do? We shall discuss what we are doing in order to achieve changes. When we are speaking that the state should do this, etc., etc., and Becca said that maybe that's the state is not just 15 ministers, right? And so that's exactly we are at the frontier of this process, and sometimes they don't believe us at all, and especially farmers involved in the agriculture, when that's very difficult to change them. And you are showing them results directly, but my father's generation tell me that, what can you teach me? You can't teach me anything, and I am not. And if I tell them so they will ridicule me, you know, and that's why we are taking Becca, and we are bringing this example and telling, you know, see how big is the harvest of Becca. I'm from Signari. They are burning this plants, and that's a disaster, really, you know. And what we are doing, youth, and I'm here. I'm not a civil activist. I'm just a citizen of Georgia who can stop, and I'm doing something. It's not necessary to be an activist to do something good for your small village or city. We are calling 911 first of all, because that's a fire. For instance, if I only sit down and to people that say that it's not a state problem, but if we, for instance, take videos by my phone and I say that hectares of land is burning, and it's not only, and unfortunately, and when this happens, only then the society is expressing concern. If I write something today that, you know, they are burning it, nobody will pay attention. But I will bring us some examples from my history, because that all begins with the examples. And we shall ask ourselves what we have done in order to live in the better environment. We shall not be thinking only about state, and especially we know that we are living not in a very developed country, and we are developing country. And what I'm doing, for instance, I know that school cannot give education, the kindergarten cannot give education, environmental education. So who should be giving this education? Me, I will be giving this education. What do? I have, for instance, some weekend days, Saturdays and Sundays, and during these weekends, our neighborhood is famous for, because I'm taking them to the trips, kids to the trips. We are coming to the some garbage containers and cleaning it up, and then they are telling this at school, and the word of mouth spreads, and so 5 years. No, that's. So they know from the very young age that they should not throw away garbage. And some teachers told me when at school that these pupils told us that, you know, they have cleaned up stadium, and that's good. So it's kind of a contagious, you know, so in a good sense. And sometimes what is contagious and what is trauma. But it would be this route be shorter if in case if I'm just asking, in case if I also hate fines and penalties, but still, wouldn't it be this way shorter if this would be fines imposed for such a behavior, and it would be some kind of mandatory? So I don't know. I'm just asking. I can't take decided for myself. But you know, this one thing is when people like you are trying to share this knowledge with the others, but some other thing is mandatory, when something is mandatory. Okay, but then where are the obligations of the states? Yes, I think that yes, absolutely, that the fines and penalties will accelerate this process, because we have learned to put on the seat belt, and it taught us, and not only us, throughout the globe, it happened because you know, political culture is low in our country, I believe, because that's what I think, because we can go there, but the fact that we are throwing away garbage outside in the street, and I know that and if I know that I will be penalized for this, then I won't be doing any. So, and but the law maybe exists, but it should be enforced, because it shouldn't be dead-born law. You know, we can see here the previous panel said that's representative that they are parking cars on the cycling lanes. That's why the cycling lane was made there, not to park. That's why it was painted in red. So if we do not enforce all these laws, then we are not going to achieve anything. And we can require this, that for instance, how can we, so everything goes to we shall demand it, you know, we shall demand. If we do not demand it daily, and I do, for instance, and because I believe that we should be doing this. For instance, that the stadium, when I was crossing it, it was actually absolutely dirty, because it was just for the place for gatherings, but so I've been so then due to my activity, this stadium now is clean, because the local government has allocated person to clean it. So so sometimes I think what I'm doing, am I only posting on the Facebook, even on Ukraine, for instance, and Facebook has maybe done also bad, because you know, we are kind of releasing this steam and maybe not doing something. But we shall demand. Yes, something will work out, something won't work out. But the fact that if a couple of persons will follow me, and so my role, how I see it. So that if we want to live in the better environment, I will bring one more example. And I live at near the Sivigombori forest, and in 1970s, actually, our tree wood was cut there, and it doesn't exist anymore. But my neighbors tell me that in 1990s, when we came there in summer, we have been wearing blankets, and today in my house you can't stay there, because in summer, because you know, the climate had changed. And I remember that in 1990s, I remember these forests were cut, and I was 11 years old, and we were trying to colonize. Of course, this wouldn't stop. But so you know, when but what's that's our fault also, because what what I can do, for instance, when I wait when this forest will grow up, because in Tenori I want to, because Tenori is one of the hottest cities in Georgia, and the highest temperatures are registered in Katie. You, for instance, what kind of recommendations would you like to see, and what question and what recommendation would you send to Stockholm? What do you think can be done? What would you advise to do? When I've been thinking, you know, in general, sometimes we are getting into our roles too deep. But today in municipality villages, we do not have the waste bins. So I don't know, what can we tell Stockholm? So state shall add the waste bins there, because they are moving these beans from one neighborhood to another, because they're just lacking. So we shall see it, and we shall say that state must do what it must do, and the civil sector must do what it must do, because if we want to live in a better environment, yeah, so the penalties are also very important, and it's impossible that we just say one day and that's Norwich Cafe is in the 10, and I'm cleaning this 10 and twice a week because they are coming and just throwing the cans, beer cans, etc. So what is the root of this problem? So Soviet Union, I believe, because Soviet Union, nothing was yours outside of the house, and you didn't care about anything. Today, our new generation somehow has learned that outside of the door there is a Georgia too, and I love my country, but we shall say also some bad. Sometimes I think that we cannot go outside the table, the Georgian feast. Yes, we go to the nature and we throw out this garbage, and we leave the glass there where we can when we drink the toast for Georgia. So yes, I think that the awareness is the most important. Awareness is the most important, but we shall never be. Each of the citizens shall. We shall tell these people who are throwing this away, pick it up, even if they throw out of the car. I follow them and I said, I tell them you dropped, etc. There should be penalties. We shouldn't stop. Civil sector and the schools, especially. For instance, SEN, I'm really grateful to Gacha's organization because I see the outcomes, I see the results. And SEN project, they are having really different. No, it's okay. I will return to you. So education somehow. But we shall start little by little, because in the kindergarten we have very smart children, smart kids. They know, they do not throw away these candy papers outside, and we really do have so many environmental problems in Georgia that I don't know, the Stockholm, can you imagine where they are in the development? Yes. What assistance can we get from them? What expectations can we have? Maybe they can show us the shorter route. We are half-developed country, but we, again, since we are having bigger problems, we shall also have higher responsibility. We have, and so what assistance we can receive from them? So will it be some programs, informational assistance? What can they do for us? Very frankly, I think that in our municipalities, if we will have, who will be somehow supporting this youth activities. We, for instance, were very successful in conducting environmental festival where these kids, they made an oath that they will not throw away the garbage, etc. And they still remember. In our country, I think we have some process. So the kids are educating their parents, and I hope that this feedback will work quite well. Yes, I haven't thought about this, and it's very difficult for those who have seen Soviet Union, and it requires so much energy that I have said about agriculture. I cannot touch this upon because it's so difficult, and the municipality shall be working on this, and the decision makers in municipalities and people like Beka, because they listen to Beka, but they won't listen to me. If my organization invites them for such an event, which will be speaking about the burning the plantations, then they won't come to me. But to him, they might come. So, but the minister also shall be intervening. They hated Indians in Snorri in the beginning because actually, so they didn't like them because they didn't expect that they would have such a high yield. And I have mentioned many things, but the most important is that the farmers, we shall provide this knowledge to them at the highest level. So what we are doing here, and that's what I mean actually, that only single initiative might not be able to change actual picture, but it might change specific several people. And well, we're speaking about systemic approaches. So what can we, in this global warming period, so what steps should state make? Why do I mean state? Because it will be structured, systemic, because without system, as Becca said, it's not possible. Even if we turn around everything and change, this can't be done with the hands of one in the person. Maya, now Becca and Katie has mentioned Soviet Union and vulnerable groups. This term appeared recently. We can say, and these people didn't exist, and this problem became obvious recently. For the last 10, 15 years. And that's you are one of such parents, one of the first parents, and how this can be harmonized. How can we ensure harmonized existence of such vulnerable groups with the environment? How can we support them? What can they do for the nature and vice versa? Can you hear me? Yes. For me, I'm quite in an unusual role for me because I am speaking as on behalf of the people with disabilities. I am mother of child with disabilities, but at the same time, I'm founder of this organization, which didn't exist during Soviet Union, but. So what existed during Soviet Union was for those children or adults who were abandoned by the families or who were thrown away. So that's some large institutions were created for them. Maybe they even thought that it was good for them. For instance, you have heard probably about Ninotsminda shelter problems, and that's the perspective you might see this. There are very many other shelters where the similar problems exist that are hushed and nobody pays attention to this. And which person in this shelter is the victim of the systemic violence, because that's the way the system is arranged. Not because these people want to do so, but no, the system is like this. And second, these are isolated and they are segregated from the society, and we don't know what's going on in there. Therefore, it's very easy to hide violence and bad practices, and because we don't see it, and therefore that's why in the case when it was disclosed, very many people actually it became known what's happening there.
Our organization, hand in hand, hand to hand, is one of the first and probably the only one as of now, provider of this new practice, implementer of this new practice, organizing the family type shelters, we call it here. And it's very well known practice in foreign countries, services based on the homestead style residences. So it can be organized anyway, any neighborhood, in any city, in any town. You might have just your neighbors living together, 3, 4, 5 people, but no more than 6. Because more than 6 is already the large-scale institution, it might be said. And our organization, I would like to add this as well, last year, we became in UN. So with the assessment of one of the UN agencies, and based on this assessment, by comparison of different services throughout the world, there was some technical support package elaborated, and different countries of the world were provided with this advice, with this recommendation as to how to ensure this mental services, community-based services, and our organization, Telehealth or Hand to Hand, became one of the models for this recommendation, in an exemplary model, so to say. And I'm very happy actually that this model is already here in Georgia. And based on this example, based on our case, I can be addressing you not only as a mother, but given this model in my capacity of the service provider, kind of what kind of problems do we encounter, and how to generalize all of this to every family who have this children with disabilities, whether they will be of a young age or already young adults, maybe already adults. These issues that every homestead with children with disabilities might encounter. People with disability are, in general, very vulnerable, maybe similar to every other person, but they especially, they are most vulnerable in relation to climate change. They are not even merely vulnerable. We know that harsher the climate conditions or more polluted the environment, the worse is the statistics. So you might consider it as a cause of disability in certain cases. The polluted environment might be causing the disability and improper climate conditions as well. So in order to care for people with disability with dignity, similar to how we treat other people without disabilities, and also to prevent them of being treated unequally because of this climate conditions, and not to generate more people with disabilities that might be conditioned by the harsh climate conditions. That's why it becomes even more important to care for environment. And when I was pondering what my specific recommendation might be for the final report, thinking about what kind of everyday challenges are we facing in providing the services, or even in my own relations with my child. I, for instance, do not have enough information what climate change is about. And I, as one common citizen, just a person, just a family with the children of disabilities, what can I do for my personal gain and globally for the world, for improvement of the world? Where do I acquire this information? Where do I gain this knowledge from? And since I was interested in these topics, I've started looking up for it, and I found it very hard because I am not specialist. Yes, therefore I have no means, for instance, to go directly to some specific sites and at the same time discern truth or falsehood and so on. What would you do? What your recommendation would be? The first thing is to care for is access to information. We need some single place where we would accumulate all the knowledge related to this climate change, and also knowledge about where this knowledge is being retained. So going to conferences and learning there is one way, of course, but it's a hard way. You won't spread information through large layers of population by this. And Georgia might be the country of the very bad practice from this standpoint. Any kind of information, it's a golden rule in Georgia. Any kind of information should be easy to understand by a sixth grader, by 12-year-old child. So it should be written in a readable language. Our sites might be complicated from this standpoint as well. And on the other hand, especially when we're talking about people with disabilities, especially with mentally challenged people, it should be even easier to understand. It should be written in a readable language. It should be as simple as possible. There is a good practice of this in abroad, and it would be good to maybe take care of that in our country as well, transpose this practice maybe. And there is an experience of transposing this practice as well in foreign countries, so we probably should rely on that. Another point that I would like to make is to care about informal education. Because if I am a person with disabilities, but my schools are not inclusive enough, and I do not receive all the information that is being provided in schools, in kindergartens or wherever, because it's very hard to be enrolled into school program even for children with disabilities. I'm missing all the information that might be provided somewhere about climate. So those people who went amiss because of our age, for instance, even, I need to have some chance of receiving the information informally. And the third recommendation, the most important for us, I believe, when I'm talking about my own specific, very small organization who's facing serious challenges, financial challenges, especially after COVID pandemic, especially given the war going on, it becomes a problem now to purchase the products that we used to purchase before for the same price. The energy carriers are more expensive, while the limits haven't decreased. So the service funding is not being this. It might be growing, yes, but it's lagging behind by 5 years, even 10 years sometimes. So this is a usual practice. Look through our budget, for instance. So what can I do about it? In my capacity as a representative for my organization, what can I do for those people who are living in the shelter? For instance, I can provide them with energy efficient stoves, maybe provide them with some appliances that would be working on renewable energy, or permaculture was mentioned. 3 or 4 years ago, I heard this term for the first time, and I never had time enough to study it in a profound manner. But last year, I started to dig up information about what this permaculture is about. And then it dawned upon me that it's something that might be very useful, especially since we already have some good practices. And these good practices in Georgia are very, very hard to learn about. And if you find the people who do this in practice, they are in high demand. So it would be very good if environmental organizations, whether governmental agencies or non-governmental organizations, organize some projects or some targeted state programs. We are not in favor of targeted programs for people with disabilities, because we prefer to be engaged in some mainstream programs rather, and not to be discriminated. But here we are facing problems even in the mainstream programs, and since we are vulnerable group, it becomes even harder. Our fate is even graver. So to extricate ourselves out of this hurdle, out of this hardship, for instance, we are talking about beneficiaries of our services. Maybe for a transitional period, targeted projects, targeted programs would be very useful. For instance, helping us to start cultivating these permacultures in every household. Or maybe if the Ministry of Health might have some means to provide us with some wheelchairs, for instance, or walking sticks for one household or the institution of our kind, where we are providing services to 5 or 6 people in one space. Maybe to provide them with solar panels that will help them to save their electricity charges, and on another hand, it will be good for environment. And all of this requires knowledge, experience. It's initially it's very, very it's actually very, very expensive, and those people who are not able to work their own yards very well, it will be means to an end for them when they see that whatever they do themselves, the labor that they engage themselves, it will be wholesome for them as well, and it will be good for environment at the same time, because permaculture doesn't require so much pesticides, and these people will instead provide it with healthier organic products, and so on and so forth. So very, very simple, very evident things, very simple things that can be done if we see the problem appropriately. And today, the problem is financial hardship, because when you do not have funds, it's very, very hard for them to get employed naturally. But if they were to be provided with a means to realize themselves in their own house, or maybe to save on their expenses, if they would be able to grow some food for themselves, and at the same time it will become more diverse. Because if I can grow something on my own, why not? And if I can use it, if I can consume it, if I can produce it and consume it on my own, then I will relieve the state funds. And then this liberated funds might be used for something else. For instance, for funding environmental activities in schools or some other elements of informal education, for instance. And another thing that I was thinking about, I as a parent now, as a mother of a child with disabilities, and I'm not the user of any services, for instance. What can I do for my child? What can I? For instance, I sold my house and I bought another house with a yard. But how could I construct it in such a way that it would be energy efficient and not that expensive to retain later on? Whom would I hire? Or how do I organize my yard space? Again, talking about this permaculture. So it seems to me that whatever I did, and I want to share my knowledge with others. What kind of lot barn can I use it for that? So we need something for non-professionals maybe, but interested people on the level of the college, for instance, some short-term professional development courses. If there are any, it would be very nice for me to learn about it and share with others. Because I cannot enroll into the college because the college education might be very long. And I simply cannot afford it time-wise. But if it would be happening online or maybe some short-term courses, I would be more than happy to enroll and to study something, to learn something. Ms. Leah, before answering, I would like to go back to the question number one that I would like to address to every panel speaker, and then we will move on to the room maybe. If there would be some specific questions that might be addressed to some specific speakers. Just give me a couple of seconds because I want to ask a question and I would like to address it to Georgi. Becca mentioned it several times. The issue of vocational education that might not be requiring higher education. And agriculture-related vocational education, as far as I know, that I've learned from Becca, it would be a very useful thing. And this might be one of the recommendations, maybe, for educational programs. Educational programs as many and as diverse as possible on vocational level, because it's indeed high on our priority, because we need to change our ways. We need to live in more harmony with nature. Climate is changing and many other circumstances are changing. It should be affordable as well and free of charge maybe for the end users because it is so important. It has so much impact on each and every one of you. So what's the role of the government? The government is supposed to wait it out to see what is better, what is more suitable, and what is in the interest of the society as a whole. In order to make it easier for me to learn new things, to acquire this new knowledge. Because unless I'm very much interested and at the same time I'm not wealthy enough, I probably would not enroll myself in this or that course and study this or that. Since the topic is so pressing, it's so acute, the government or private sector, somebody should take care of that. Because educational courses might require a lot of resources, yes, but it should not be happening at the expense of those who are studying, but it should be supported with the state budget and available and affordable for those who simply cannot afford it out of their own pocket. Thank you very much. Please save your questions, whatever you wanted to ask of Becca, Katie, or Maya. But I would like to move on to Georgi now and talk about the most maybe important issues, human rights in general and human right to live in healthy environment. How do we place it into context? That on one hand, we need to develop economically, not to hinder our economic development and not to hit the pocket of the common citizen, nor the pocket of the common citizen, neither the state budget on one hand, and on the other hand, not to violate any human rights, which in Georgian case is quite often the case of being controversial issue when they are clashing directly, these two poles. Thank you very much. To begin with, I'm very happy to be participating in today's meeting in such a format. It's always very good source of new information. And I always get back from conferences of this kind with some new ideas. And I'm also very happy that I was given the floor to talk today to you. I want to reflect on ideas that were expressed in the course of this panel about informational campaign, public awareness campaigns, and so on. Of course, all of this is very important, of course. And in the modern day world, the state can no longer be neither the point of collecting the information that is out there, nor the point of dissemination of this information. It would be very strange to expect them to do it. At the same time, it won't serve as the alternative of the functions that to be carried by the state. And we should not be even asking whether it's a responsibility of the state or society. Instead of placing them at the other different sides of the line, we should be getting them together because it's a matter of responsibility for both in more often than not. And unless we face these profound structural problems that are conditioning the problems with our environment, pollution of our environment, unless we dare to face the structural way, and unless we dare to speak about specific responsibility of specific economic systems, specific companies, specific government agencies, specific officials, then our talk won't get beyond just generalized everyday rumors. Yes, we can change a lot on our daily levels. There are many things that might be improved in our daily life, but there are issues related to environmental protections that cannot be solved by individual efforts that are larger than us, that are related to such structures that we can cope with only together through different governmental structures, through engagement of the state. And if you look through the experience of other countries, we might see the good practices on individual level, of course, but on macro level as well. And there is no country out there that would have become healthier and would ensure a better environment unless the state would have been involved. Therefore, it should be the central topic of any large-scale change discussion. As for the problems, so lack of information, yes, the one person might be uninformed, and then it will be their own problem. But if 1 million people are not informed, it's a systemic problem. If competences are lacking in one farm, it's a problem of this specific farm. But if all the farmers are incompetent, then it's a systemic problem that would require some large-scale solution. So this is important to remember. This is important to not to hush up and talk about it openly. As for the human rights, it's even up to a point that the recent practice, and from this standpoint, it's not something that we would have this clearly cut distinction between developed countries and developing countries. There are very good examples of innovations and good practices, even novelties that are running ahead of developed countries in developing countries. For instance, China, where they are working on new constitution and where environmental rights are one of the central pillars guaranteed by the constitution. And we should not be limiting ourselves, restricting ourselves when we are talking about, for instance, Stockholm conference. the source of information would be only developed countries like Sweden, Norway, or other Scandinavian countries which are wealthy. No, there are many other examples from developing countries, less developed countries. And such an informational exchange between developing countries used to be one of the central characteristics, central features of the Stockholm Conference in the 70s. Which used to be not as a cooperative conference, but rather competitive conference between different countries, with participation of Soviet Union as well, yes. Where the first relations, uniting lines were drawn between different developing countries. So it's not the vertical way of doing things when the developing countries are providing help for the benefit of developing countries. No, we are talking about horizontal setup where we are exchanging ideas and experiences, and it might be even more profitable and useful. Talking about human rights, quite a few legal innovations are happening in South American countries, in Latin American countries, for instance. But we do not mean that writing environmental rights out in constitutions would change the practice automatically, because we know many countries where constitutionally guaranteed rights are not being observed. And we understand that quite often the theory and practice are methods. What about implementations then and application? We will get there, but let us first state where it is viable to articulate the rights. It's important when acknowledgement of the right is matter and subject and expression of the societal consensus, not an alternative, but a reflection of this consensus. When something is written out in the constitution, it's a sign of a deal, so to say, within the society. So it's, if it's not coming top down from lower layers and up, then the practice is not viable, because the laws cannot be executing themselves unless the people would be executing them. So once we reach this wide societal consensus, for instance, entitlement to be provided with a healthy water, we all agree that it's a fundamental right. And if we write it out in the constitution, for instance, then it will be expression of the condition as it is. Because if you just write stuff out in the law, it will improve your situation. It won't happen otherwise. But on the other hand, we can declaratively incorporate it into the constitution. But then the leverage of demanding it is in the hands of the people. So if we are all entitled to breathe clean air and drink clean water, everybody understands it, so to say. So once you have it in the constitution, then you can start working it on the practical application. Maybe for less people with less acknowledgement of that, but people who would be acknowledged about it will try harder in order to reach this wider consensus. So we are getting down to activism again. It's something that is very much needed by our society, who just 33 years ago disjointed ourselves from Soviet Union, that has been mentioned so many times today. Environmental affairs are characterized by such a strange feature when an external agenda plays so much role in there. For instance, we are talking about that environmental standards are to be imposed because it is required by the association agreement with Europe, or because UN is asking us to do so. And probably we environmental organizations are to blame for that perception as well, because we are in such a space where it seems like we are doing it for somebody else, not for our own benefit. When we are doing these reforms, not because we want them, but because somebody asks us to do it, or even forces us to do it. Somebody is making us do them instead of it being the reflection of our inner pressure, of our inner requirement. While we need it to be inner requirement, environment. For instance, when we are talking about that no country has ever developed without efficient state regulations, the same might be said about societal pressure. No, it's not that the healthy environment happened only on its own. No, people were fighting for it. People were struggling for it, and we cannot overcome. We cannot skip through the stage either, unless we fight for it, unless we struggle for our rights and entitlement to healthy environment. It won't happen on its own. That's why it's so important to ensure this civil activism now. And I would like to readdress this question from the standpoint of business activity to pass it over to Becca's yard, throwing stones into Becca's yard, so to say. Maybe it's not that acceptable for business circles and not easy to understand, maybe, that or gaining profit, they at the same time might be inflicting damage to people's right to live in healthy environment. What kind of decisions should be made in order to make it visible? The solution is very easy. Purchase power should increase. The business should increase the price for the products that they produce. Somebody will have to buy bread for a lot because there is no other way out. Because if we say that business should be supportive of environmental affairs, it's expensive pleasure, and this expensive pleasure is finally finds its way into the basic value of the product. And if you ask me, for instance, that I should bake the bread by using some very modern, clean standards, the enterprise organized following the standards, the baking of this kind would be very different from what's happening, for instance, in a regular bakery in Tbilisi, where they're using methane for baking, and it makes it cheap. But my bread will be more expensive if I use these technologies. And you will have to bear this price for me, because I will be replacing this price on the final consumer. Yes, unfortunate answer for me. It's not very hard economic wisdom. It's just basic. If you ask me, okay, don't ask me. Ask Katie, for instance. Ask Katie that by any means she's supposed to observe some standards which are expensive on their own. A very simple answer would be that one of our work that we do in Tbilisi, one of our operations in Tbilisi, it's a butcher shop. Once pandemic started, since pandemic started, we are spending 11 to 12,000 lari per month for different sanitizers and disinfectants, and for gloves and things like that. So it's in surplus. It's not surplus.
So if we had up to 6,000 lari, it increased, and because we have to use it more, including masks, etc. And all this is reflected in the price, of course. Yes, I perfectly well remember that as soon as pandemic started, these screens, you remember screens, so I have paid 50 lari per each because there was no other options. So in such case, we if we would, we had about 120 deliveries per day, and do you remember that it was by hours and nobody would be able to come to the shop, and so we had a delivery service. We had about 120 deliveries a day. 120 deliveries, we have been doing this, but this should be created. Somebody shall create the product, so therefore, do you want or not, we had to bear these expenses. And many such things. I say that if I have to spend more, for instance, the building where I was producing cheese, today you tell me that it's not complying with the standards, and there should be some ramp, for instance, or some other things, and I have to spend money for this. This might be, in some cases, for instance, it can be 10,000 or 5,000. Then for some it might be 50,000. And if we take So they are producing certain number of amount of milks per day, and so, and which of course all this will be reflected in the price, of course. I see. So then the state joins this, and there are some organization or maybe some EU is providing grants for transforming something or bringing something close to standards, or to introduce HASP, for instance. They are paying 50% of this. So to this, yes, some mechanisms can be applied. Yes, in all this will be, of course, then reflected into the price. So wherever we go, we will end up coming to the price. Hatuna, please. Microphone. Ms. Liana, who has raised the hand, we shall finish in exactly 10 minutes, our second panel, because as we shall also read the online information, and I will have a question to Ms. Maya, and it was always very interesting, and I was always interested in for Maya explained her organization, structure of her organization. As far as I understand, this is mainly in the private houses where they have the arts, etc. But of course, not everybody has opportunity to live in such conditions. And when I was for the first time abroad, I thought that how many persons with disability are here. But then I guess that it's not that they have more than we do. No, in our case, they're just not mobile, and that's why it seemed to me. So now I will try to briefly establish this. For instance, in cities, in urban settlements, of course, many people are disabled, and they're having various disabilities. And so let's say that as we create this ramps, and is this ramp sufficient or not? Because there is a different the different kind of disabilities. So there might be with the sight impaired, etc., etc. So in urban settlements, for instance, especially dense populations with the Tbilisi, Batumi, existence of these green spaces, or have you seen some standards for them? So what kind of spaces can we, what I see in Tbilisi, we see that if somewhere we have 200 square meters of green spaces, this is concreted, etc. So that's from the standpoint of the, I just, if there are any standards, will you have any recommendations for what should be done? Because these people who are living in the cities, so how can we allow them to harmoniously coexist with the nature? Okay, thank you for this question. So actually what we'll be discussing is we have it in private settlements and in regions, and in Tbilisi we are providing the services. And of course we are facing different problems everywhere. And one of them is non-adapted environment for such people. And even in these green spaces, we are using all of them. All of us are using the spaces, and so there is universal offer by these experienced countries. But Georgia has never achieved this. This is universal design, and there are standards existing there. Methodology exists, how it should be introduced. This implies that not only people with the mobility problems, or not only in the wheelchair, people sitting in the wheelchair, but also any person deaf or dumb or blind persons, or persons with the mobility problems, or with the people with the intellectual impairment, they should all feel safe there. And the universal design is exactly important exactly due to this, because they takes into account the needs of all groups of people, and that's why it's called universal, not because but it takes care not only of the persons with disabilities, but it takes into account needs of all of us. So young girl who is not mother yet, but she during pregnancy she needs a certain spatial arrangement, or the mother of a newborn baby who is for any people, for any person, it should be arranged the way that at this or that stage of the life, that's they must be able to function in this environment, and the way that they would be doing when they had no problem at all. For instance, in with age, our trait changes, and okay, let's not remember this. It's not necessary. Okay, we will all be there. Yes, of course, and. Miss Lena, just a moment. She's a young lady. She's the first time she's asking for a word, and then you, of course. You know why? Please introduce yourself and welcome everybody. I'm Natia Bagatrishvili. In this case, a teacher of biology in Telavi Secondary School, number 7, and I also work for this education. I am also expert of the National Department of Education, expert for biology. And I will start with the last comment. I want to speak to Maya with regards to the universal learning design. That we are training and retraining teachers intensively with this regard, because we want to introduce this principle at schools, and we want to carry out the tutorial process based on the universal design. Also, this educational methodology we are trying to educate students also in this area. So this Ministry of Education has taken this challenge, and this is making performing very important changes, and I would like to add a small explanation with regards to universal design. When we like all this, this is universal, that we are when we see this door opening itself, and so that's universal because that can be used by anybody. So what I wanted to say here is that that's about previous session. So Miss Magda, Miss Kaha they have had great speeches about here education. I wanted to add one thing. What Department of the National Curriculum or National Learning Plans are doing. So what are these? So how these people can address the challenges facing them, and so about 3 years ago, the general education reform has started, and up to now, very many teachers in Georgia, and I will speak on behalf of the biologists. They've been implementing very many projects, and these projects were about entrepreneurship, connection with this entrepreneurship and business disciplines. And so within this reform, I would like to mention that from the side of the ministry, we are offering so-called complex tasks, home tasks, which require which is necessary. It is necessary to make students understand that they are. It's a kind of a role play when they are offering them to be farmer or entrepreneur or environmentalist, and they shall imagine themselves in this context, and they shall plan or implement some project. And such approaches and such learning, I believe, will help us in overcoming the challenges that we are facing today. And just as a little conclusion from myself, I can tell you that the Ministry of Education has priorities, environmental issues, and raising the environmental awareness is one of our top priorities, but I want to tell you that within last several years, we had practically doing this. And I thank you very much. I hope we will see this outcomes. So actually the education reform gives us the outcomes. That's 30 years that we are waiting for this. And yes, I was always hoping that this will come, but yes, okay, Liana, Miss Liana, please, microphone. Does anybody have opinion? If not, Eka Mikadze will tell us about the questions and the ideas received online during the meeting. Yes, please. I would like to ask as follows. You know my question, my name, Liana Kartvelishvili. As a lecturer of Stockholm University, I want to tell you one thing, that I personally, these subjects that were taught in the Telavi University, I already teach them in the Stockholm University. I can invite you to Zoom and you will listen to me and I will give you some notes, etc. And that's first. And second, in Environmental Protection Agency, in a National Environmental Agency, we have developed all the components were discussed there. So how pollution happens, in which regions, what results we have, and 5 national communications. I have written address to you, and I want to present to you with this climatic reference book, where based on all the climate changes are described by regions. And so what happens? The climate and climate change cannot be taught orally. You know, I invite you to Zoom. You have to learn. So please, if you join me in the Zoom, if you can see it here. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, be there, and we'll take it later. Okay. Now I want to thank you once again for this very useful information. And I would like to pass the floor to Ms. Eka Mikadze now. We also have been receiving online ideas, questions, and so please pass this microphone to Eka, and now we will learn about all those questions. No. Eka has it in her laptop, and she will read out to make us aware also what were the ideas shared online. So, as Ms. Nino said, online participation was very active too. And in this case, we have shared several questions for these online participants. So how acceptable were some things for them, what is done, what is not done, what are the challenges and what recommendations what they might have with regards to the Stockholm plus 50 meetings. In this case, from the positive standpoint, what has been named is that there is a high interest in the environmental issues from the civil sector, and the climate change is perceived as a problem. That's good, because when we see something as a problem, we are trying to find ways for its solution. What's the most important is that the local organizations are diverse, working on this issue, they are diverse, and there is such a, so we have discussed this in the positive standpoint that there are we can receive the bank loans for the sustainable uses. It makes products more expensive, but still we cannot address this. And we can see that there is more challenges were listed than benefits, and so despite the fact that it's all reflected in the national legislation, still they these things happen, and So enforcement mechanisms, monitoring, as the enforcement mechanisms are not appropriate, and so there are some problems with introducing recycling, and but there is but there are no now sufficient number of the sites that would be able to process the waste. And this has also been mentioned, and it's not only a problem for this region. That's the problems that is common for the entire Georgia, and this is one of the prerequisites for fighting the pollution, and using green energy will help us in this. Of course, there are some social problems which of course sometimes overlap with the environmental problems, but still, ECA, that's all. You know, the social problems might be caused by all this actually. So that's where there's some kind of yes, the more vulnerable is the certain segment of population. So the more vulnerable it becomes to the various environmental issues. That's unwritten law, unfortunately. So there is a challenge that when we are receiving energy from the renewable sources, the high price is high and the access is lower. That's very unfortunate. But in Georgia, we have opportunity of improving everything and of ensuring there's a relatively high access. But this might require some systemic approaches and systemic actions because it's necessary to ensure some kind of the supply of renewable energy to the cities. So the challenge is that despite the fact that there's a high interest towards the environmental issues, there is no lower awareness on how to reduce the impact in the environment. So we are speaking a lot maybe, but sometimes it's like a kind of a toast and not actual ways of resolving these issues. And what recommendations were given by the online participants is that there should be bigger responsibility should be borne on the state level, and that commitment should not remain just a commitment on the paper, and we shall improve some enforcement mechanisms, and we shall somehow also improve the level of teaching of the technical subjects, and that's I think that's the most difficult position, I would say. And the low countries for the low economic incomes, we shall increase somehow the international funding in order to switch to the green and circular economy through the support to the more business-friendly businesses, and that's of course that's very important and important recommendation. So thank you very much once again to our online participants who worked so actively at our mural. By the way, I would like to mention here before I say goodbyes to you that in the Tbilisi and Telavi meetings has clearly shown me that society is absolutely, I agree, absolutely, it's awoke, and and it's thinking about such things, because climate change is very obvious. Maybe some people don't believe something, and they might not believe that the virus does not exist, but that it's a simple flu. But the fact is that what Becca said, that when you are going up at 2,800 meters and you don't see snow there in the winter, that's what society should be thinking about, especially the responsible society. Thank you very much, everybody, for today's meeting, to guests and panel members for this two important days. And I am sure that Stockholm plus 50 meeting will be very important and interesting. We will have interesting proposal because society participated. And Katie, I want to tell you that knowledge is never lost, and each awoken person is very good for our country, and that's very clearly seen that our society today understands that they should take care of where it is living. So thank you very much, and I hope that We will see each other again at the different platforms. Thank you and bye.